Good morning and happy Saturday, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Let me just make sure that all my settings look correct. And they do. Yes! Happy Saturday. It's so good to see everybody. How's everybody's weekend starting off? Those of you that have a longer weekend, so like those that don't work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, how is your long weekend going? Galaxy, thank you for the second, and Soul, congrats on first. And thank you, Galaxy, for the lurk. You're on medical leave, so you might actually get to take your kids trick-or-treating for once. That would be fun. I'm sorry that you're on medical leave, but I'm glad that means that you'll be able to hopefully take the kids trick-or-treating. That's always fun. I have a lot of good memories of going trick-or-treating with my parents when I was a kid. And getting all dressed up and just having a lot of fun doing that. For me, that was more what Halloween was. I know there's a lot of controversy surrounding Halloween today, especially for those of us as believers. And for me, Halloween has always been just dress up as a Disney character or a cartoon character and go get candy. But yet also living where I do, I can also see some of the other side as well. And so I've got lots of memories on trick-or-treating and being safe about it, because that's the thing. You're pretty tired. The weekend started off interesting. Your dad's phone battery went bad, so he insisted that we upgrade ours. Oh boy. Now, Soul, am I remembering correctly that you have, you've got the phone that I already know that you have, but didn't you say you got another one through your internet provider? You had to tell the department you were getting your brain looked at, and they, of course, go, you can't be on active duty for obvious reasons. Yeah, that makes sense, because, you can't exactly go blazing into fires, pun not intended, when, you've got, we don't know exactly what's going on. You've never really cared about your own health, okay. I mean, to a certain extent, I can see that because I've never been somebody who's been like, oh, can't go to work, I've never been at the slightest cough. Oops, sorry, calling out sick. If I'm calling out sick, I am can't get out of bed, dying. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I can kind of relate, but at the same time, there does come a point where you have to care about your own health. And so, because think of it this way. You want to be able to be there for your kids. How can you do that if you don't take your own health into account? Now, granted, I'm preaching to myself as well. I need to do better. You know what's wrong, but you don't know what the doctor wants to do about it yet. The appointment's on the 1st. Gotcha. Okay, well, at least you have answers. And that's the important thing. That's the important thing, Mountain. Is that you know what's going on. The doctor's going to come up with a plan. And it's going to be okay. You went with in-store pickup for your dad since he has no patience. Yep, I can definitely see where in-store would be better for him. Definitely. Because, yeah, when we got our new phones, they didn't have the colors that we wanted in stock. And so they had to mail them to us. And so when I got this phone, they didn't have this periwinkle color in. And so they had to mail it, and we so we had to wait. The store we got them from didn't have them in stock. And so we had to, and so all three of us had to wait for it to come in. And I want to say mine came in first, Mom's came in like a day later, and then Dad's came in about a week later. And so then we went over to T-Mobile to make sure that we were all doing our transfer of everything correctly. And then they get on, they had sent us a text that since we got new phones, we could get 30% off of cases. And so that's how we got the cases that we did. And it was so cool because we also got the screen protectors. And I was like, is there any way whatsoever you could put them, like put these screen protectors on for my mom and me, because we're terrible at it, and we always get those air bubbles. And he was like, oh yeah, absolutely. So he gets the brand of screen protector that he likes the best, and he starts it off on this side, slowly brings it over to the front, and as it goes, it self-rids of all the air bubbles. And that was the coolest thing I had ever seen. That was the coolest thing for screen protector that I had ever seen. And I was like, what? And Mom was like, what? With your job, your health takes a back seat and the job messes up your health anyways. And I can understand that, but you eat right on your days off. And you eat right, and on your off days you work out. Oh wait, you eat right on your off days and you work out daily. Okay, so you're doing what you can. But at the same time, how do you do your job well if you're sick? Your job needs you at 100%, or at least 80 to 90%. Good morning, Agent Ice. How you doing this morning? Yours wasn't available at that location, so that meant you'd have to pick up at a second location. Oh, man. Did they say about when it would be in? In the moment you thought, well, I'm already going to have to go out of my way to pick them up anyway, but now Saturday morning Soul is cursing, and Friday is cursing at Friday evening Soul's decisions. Oh, no. It's the worst when you're like, I need to, like, I wish I hadn't made that choice. I wish I would have just said, mail it to me. Right? Like, that's the worst when you're like, oh man, that decision was made in the heat of the moment. And you're good. You know, but you're like, man, I wish I wouldn't have made that decision. Chief Little Turtle! That is such a cool name! Welcome in, welcome in! You know what? I need to fix something on that overlay. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Because all of my alerts are hiding behind me. Even though the image... Let's see here. Dashboard. I've got the image all the way up at the top, so I thought that was going to fix it, but apparently not. Let's do Spooktober just chatting. Alright, we're going to send a test thing. Huh. Why is that being that way? Oh, I know why. I know why. Oh, I disappeared. There we go. Alright, let's try this again. No? Huh. Hold on. Why? OBS. Come on. Okay. I know I'm gone, but give me just a second. Because what's happening is it's not showing because my video source is above it. That's why. That's what's going on. So, what I can do is this. I can move the alert box over. Oh, wait, I need to save. That's what needs to happen. Sorry, guys, this is taking a little longer than I thought. Perfect. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's get caught up here. You picked up your dad's last night. It was mildly terrible. You've managed to push through this long. The way you were raised, it was, oh, you're hurt, go rub some dirt on it, you'll be fine. Little Turtle, Miami to Illinois, circa 1747 to July 14th, 1812, was a Sagamore chief of the Miami people who became one of the most famous Native American military leaders. That is so cool! That is so cool, Chief Little Turtle. I love that. I learned a new bit of history today. I absolutely love that. What a cool meaning behind your name. It was also closer than the place you'll have to go to pick up yours, which is out where we go for karaoke. Oh, I forgot that there was a branch of that by where we go for karaoke. That's how your dad raised you when Mom wasn't around? You're contemplating calling them, asking if they can mail it instead. Hey, you know what? You know what, Soul? If they can't, the worst they can say is no. You know what I mean? Hey, Artsy Bible Nerd! How you doing? Friday Evening Soul was also thinking about screen protectors and having them install one for you, but nope, you're good. I can do it yourself. If it isn't too late. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. You can always call if you have the order number, I think. Or if you just say, hey, I ordered a phone yesterday. Here's the account information, and here's the number that it ends in. They should be able to tell you what it is. And if anything, we'll be going to karaoke on Thursday anyway. And if it arrives on Monday, I can always take you over. Totally fine doing that. Totally fine doing that. Your dad has always been the kind of guy who's like, if you're not bleeding, you're okay. It hurts now, but it'll go away eventually. You know, that makes, to a certain extent, that makes sense. But I don't know. I think a lot of it is I've grown a lot over the years in terms of physical and mental health and realizing when I need to take a day and be like, because there is this, in America, there is this go, 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 keep going, achieve that American dream, no matter the cost. Oh, it arrived last night, but we wouldn't have had enough time to go to both. Okay, so what we can do, Soul, I think I have a shorter D&D session today. What I can do is after that, I can totally come over after I fill up my car and go. I can totally take you. Oh, I know. If this had all gone down not on the weekend. Hey, Dusty, how's it going? Your mental health will always be crap until the day you retire. I mean, to a certain extent I can understand, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't take care of yourself and take a day as needed. You know? Like, if there's just a day that you're like, oh man, I can't. I have no spoons. Don't be afraid to call out. We all need a day. We all need a day. Every now and then. And I tell you, I have always been the type of person, like in my old job. Dude, Mountain, 3 years? Treat yourself. Treat yourself. A lot of stress and worry because of the election coming up. Yeah, there's a lot of stress and worry about that. Oh, something else? If you want to message me about it. Well, what we can do, Soul, is I can let you know when go ahead and plant the bug in your dad's ear of, hey, Donna offered to drive us to go pick up my phone. Okay, sounds good, Dusty. And after her D&D session, today's D&D session is going to be shorter, so I don't see us going past about 3-ish. I can text you if it's going to be later, because our DM has a Halloween party, and so he's going to be doing that. And I can text you when I'm on my way, and then you can plant the bug in your dad's ear again of, hey, Donna's going to be here in about 30 minutes. Because by the time I get out to the car, fill up the car, and get over there, that'll probably be about 30 to 40 minutes. We can drive over there. I can make sure that, we make sure everything's code 4 or good to go. And then there we go. Yeah, exactly. And if he's not up for it today, then that's fine. We can try on Monday. Yeah, no problem. No problem. You drive enough during the week with your driving anxiety that I'm proud of you for doing what you do, and as much as I would love for you to be able to take that road, I also know that there are days and times where that particular road that we drive on to get to karaoke is super busy. And so I don't want to put you through that when you've already done that 4 times this week. Well, 8 times. At least. Because back and forth. You'll have to text me what route you were going to use. You're important. You protect those who can't protect themselves. You work all the time because you never know when something truly horrific pops off and they need all hands on deck. And you gel with the guys. Don't want them to have to deal with the floater. But you know what, Mountain? If you don't take care of yourself, there's no way that you can be there for the guys that you gel with. Those guys that you gel with, they need you at your best. And they'll understand taking a day. When I worked my old job, I never felt like I could take a day off. But I am so blessed to work where I do now because they put such a high value on mental health and taking a day when you need it. My section manager basically sang the Hallelujah chorus the first day I took a day off. And that was after a year and a half, because I didn't want to take a day during my time. They call it my probationary period. So for about a year and a half, I was on probationary status while I was in training. And I didn't want to take any time off during that time. And so when I took a day just to hang out with my sister and brother-in-law and let my section manager know, she practically sang the Hallelujah chorus, because she's like, girl, you've been working day in, day out for a year and a half. You take that day. You earned that day. So yeah. All right, you guys, we're going to go ahead and pray, and we're going to dive into the game. We depending on where we end, like where we're at around 11, but 11 my time, depending on where we're at about that time, we might go a bit longer, because my goal is, with this game, is we're going to get to the point where we're at the end of a chapter, because I want to say there's about, I think, Soul, you said there's about 6 or 8 chapters in this. So there's no way that we're going to finish the entire route today. So what we're going to do is we're going to get as far as we can to where there's a stopping point, which will be the end of a chapter. And then, 6 or 7, okay. And then we're going to put Caller X Malice on hold until February, because Soul has let me know that there are some rather cute scenes in the game that would be perfect for Love Month. And so we're going to see if we can finish his route in February. Emergency response services have a probationary period as well, but it varies depending on the department. Exactly. Like working in emergency services as an admin assistant, totally understand that, because each of the different positions have a different length of probationary period. And so, yeah. All right, you guys, if you have any prayer requests, please feel free to drop them below in chat, and I will make sure to pray over them. And then we'll dive into the game, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a heads up after prayer. Dear Lord, thank you so much for today. Thank you for how much you love us, for how you created us so uniquely, that there's no two of us exactly alike. I ask that you be with each and every person here in a new and mighty way, Lord. I ask that you just let us feel your presence, Lord. I ask that you be with Soul and lessen her driving anxiety. I ask that you get it to a more manageable level, that you just continue working in her to where she is able to just tolerate driving, and where lights don't panic her as much, where having traffic around her doesn't create those experiences that she's having, Lord. Just keep her calm. Give her that peace, Lord. I pray for her dad and his health, especially his shoulder, Lord. I ask that you just work a miracle in that shoulder, Lord. Work a miracle just in his life, Lord. In his heart, in his body. That communication between him and Soul can improve. That there's respect there that goes both ways. Because right now it kind of seems like a one-way respect. I ask that you just help her to learn and understand everything that she needs to for her degree in AutoCAD. That you just help everything to click, Lord. Let her get the grades that she deserves and desires, Lord. Be with Mountain and his headaches, Lord, and just anything else health-related that he's going through. Help him to know it's okay to take a day, Lord. In this culture, it's so easy to feel like we have to be go, go, go all the time, that the workplace can't function without us. But the truth is, Lord, we are not meant to be go, go, go all the time. We were not designed that way, and we need a day. Even you took a day to show us what rest looks like. You slept in the back of the boat during a storm. Rest is just so important, Lord, and remind us of that as we need it. I pray for Dusty and his stress levels, that you just lessen those stress levels, and whatever it is that's stressing him out, Lord, that just resolve that. Be with Kishu and her unspokens, let those be answered according to your will. Be with Merides and her family. Be with Spark and Kishu and their families, Lord. And be with Bayo as he's working today. Let him be a light for you. Be with the Bayo pups, and let them both get their learner's permit soon, and let them be safe on the roads, Lord. Be with Lady Foes and Adiphoes as they're looking at buying a house or renting. I'm not sure which one, Lord, but just let that whole process go smoothly, and let it be completed before Baby Foes arrives, and let Baby Foes be strong and healthy, Lord. I ask that you be with Save the Lost and his family as they're adjusting to a new living situation. Let the unpacking go well. Let them just be able to get everything put where it needs to be, Lord. Be with his headaches and lessen them, and let the Botox do its job, Lord. And if not, give the doctors wisdom to be able to find something else. I ask for our mutual friend's surgery, Souls in My mutual friend, that is going to be on Monday. I ask that it goes smoothly and with no complications, no pain, Lord. Let there be no anxiety, and just be in that OR, Lord. I know it's a minor procedure, but any procedure is scary, Lord. I ask that you be with Artsy Bible Nerd and his wife's new job, for the phone situation that Soul and her dad are going through. Pave the way for everything to go smoothly, Lord. I ask that you just be with Legend of Zyro as well, Lord, in this season of change for his family. Let the preventative chemo do its job and keep his wife from being sick again, Lord. And let their transition go smoothly, Lord. Be with DLC. Help us know when it's time to return, when things are smoother, Lord. Thank you for the miracle you're working in my pastor's life, Lord, that he is getting stronger and healthier every day. Let him know when to slow down, when to take time to rest, Lord. I ask that you be with Amethyst and her mental health, Lord. Let that just go well, and let that be improved, Lord. Let her job go well, and everything related to that, and let her see herself the way you do, Lord. Let her just have that identity that is so, so rooted in you that the devil cannot shake it, Lord. Be with each of us in a new and mighty way today, Lord. And in your name I pray. Amen. Yeah, that's fair, Mountain. You're trained to go quick at work for obvious reasons. There's a reason we get dressed so fast. Exactly, and that's understandable. That's understandable. I just mean, in today's culture, we are so go, 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 that we forget that we're not meant to do it all. We're not meant to be go, go, go 24/7, 365. We've gotta. Hey, Starlina, how you doing? Lord, I pray for Starlina. I pray that you take away the pain from yesterday, Lord. I pray that you just help her with that pain level to diminish. I also pray for Hylia and Hufflepuff and Sarah the Dreamer in the Lux Digital Church server, that you just give them both a good day today. Let them feel your presence and let both of their mental health just get better, Lord. In your name I pray. Amen. Dude, Mountain! Take a day! Take a day! Alright, you guys, we're gonna dive into the game. And just as a heads up while I get everything all set up here, this game is very, very story-driven. And so I don't want you guys to miss any of the story, and I don't want myself to miss any of the story. So what we're going to do is I'll be looking at chat, but I may not respond right away depending on what it is. If it's something related to the game, I'll respond, but if it's not related to the game, I will respond at a point where it won't disrupt the flow of the story. If it is something urgent, I do have the highlight my message option for 100 channel points. If it's something urgent, use that, and that'll draw my attention to it. But if it is story related, I will respond right away because it will keep that flow going. But I want you guys to know that I do see you and I will respond. There's no need to double post or anything. I will get caught up on chat as best I can when there is a natural stopping point that's not going to disrupt the flow of the story. So thank you guys for understanding. Alrighty. You're on your days off, you catch up on sleep, but at work you sleep in shifts. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me change the category here. There we go. Alright. I need to update this at some point, but it's fine. It's not going to disrupt gameplay. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. When did I... Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There we go. Yeah, Twitch has sometimes not sent messages and they weren't past the character limit. That makes sense. Thank you for making sure that I see it. I sat down on the sofa across from Yanagi and looked at Sazazuka and Enomoto. Sazazuka was staring at his computer as usual, while Enomoto... As soon as we made eye contact, he very pointedly turned away. What's his problem? It was so unfair. They told me to come here. I looked at Yanagi, who had been the only one to speak to me, and spoke up. Am I here because of the incident that happened today?
まあ、白石から少し前に連絡があってな。事件現場に落ちていたコインが X デイ事件のものと一致したそうだ。
So Adonis was responsible for this one after all.
だが、今回の事件は これまでの X デイ事件に比べると明らかに異質だ。
Different?
他の X デイ事件と大きく違う点がある。
When he asked, I thought about the other X-Day crimes. Is it that different from the rest? Excuse me. Nothing stood out, so I hung my head slightly. Sorry, I don't know.
こりゃついに榎本峰夫様の出番みてえだな。
Yeah, it is a Greek name. You're right, that is one of the first times I've heard a Japanese game use that. When I looked at Enomoto, who was suddenly laughing for some reason, he bounded to his feet and dramatically flourished a folded fan that he had been holding.
泣かぬなら泣かせてみせようホトトギス。ズバリその一室ってのはだな。
現場特定までの速度。それにいつもならネットに上がるはずの動画が新宿署のみに直接送りつけられてた。
それ今俺が言おうとしたのに。
うるせえな。そんなに泣きてえなら俺が泣かせてやるよ。
Oh, Sasazuka!
なんだとやんのかワカメ。
He really is so over the top. Yup, the I'm better than the police criminal. Exactly. Enomoto gritted his teeth, but Sasazuka didn't seem the least bit interested. Watching them, Yanagi sighed.
話が脱線したが、今までの X デイ事件は用意周到に計画した上で行われてきた犯罪だ。
That's true. It's like they were... That's true. It's like they were toying with the police.
けど今回の事件はどこか突発的なんだ。アドニスにとっても想定外なんじゃないか。
なるほど。
Yeah, that's pretty much Yanagi right there. The tired dad who has to deal with siblings. That is a perfect description of him, Mountain. I see.
ミネオ、お前もそこのバカ猫と同レベルか。
いやそれは。
星野、今回の犯人像、お前。
Oh, now that Yanagi was asking for my opinion, I couldn't let him down. I mustered my courage and gave my answer. The incident wasn't one that was planned by Adonis, meaning the perpetrator acted independently. So maybe the person behind this crime is someone reckless.
お、正解。まああれだけヒント出せば当然か。
We did give you a lot of hints. Huh. Did Enomoto give out any hints? Yanagi and Sasazuka were the ones doing all the analysis.
今までの X デイ事件に比べたら計画性解明のずさん。やることなすことお粗末すぎるんだよ。
ほうほう。つまり今回の犯人はバカってことだな。
だったら真っ先にお前が逮捕されんだろ。
You think you spelled that wrong, but it means you're already dead, and that's what was going through his head when the other one said he was on the same level. That's a perfect description of him. So perfect that it comes up in his route. Oh, in Enomoto's or Yanagi's? No, it's gotta be Yanagi's route, and I am so excited to go through Yanagi's route at some point. In fact, I might make this a YouTube special.
なぜ
ともかくこれらの相違点が何かしらの起点になればいいんだがな。
Exactly, the tall, dark, and handsome, tired dad. There has to be some reason why this crime was different.
なんかこう使える情報が天からポポンと降ってくりゃいいのにな。
Did I hear him say bum bum? I love that. I love that. I'm gonna hear that again because I want to make sure that I heard correctly. Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. Nope. Nope. I keep pressing that same button. No data to quick load. Okay, hold on. There we go. There we go.
なんかこう使える情報が天からポポンと降ってくりゃいいのにな。
Yeah, we're gonna rewind because I pressed the wrong button.
なんかこう使える情報が天からポポンと降ってくりゃいいのにな。
He's not sure how to, or they always say crime doesn't pay, but that's for low crime, if that makes sense. That's fair. That's a very important distinction. He's not sure how to feel about it. Says something along the lines of, I'm still much too young to have a bunch of 20-something-year-old sons. Intel. Right? Either bum bum or pum pum. I'm hearing bum bum. Oh, I took witness statements if you think that might help.
なぜそんな大事なことを黙っていた。その内容試しに述べてみよ。
That mixture of shock and pride.
バカ猫、こいつは無視していい。とりあえず話してみろ。
Okay. Understood. I took out the notes I had jotted down while interviewing people and presented the information that I'd collected. The victim formerly worked at the studio that developed the online game from the August murders. He recently moved to that residence and kept a nocturnal lifestyle. Nobody ever really saw him during the day. People that did see him reported that he acted suspiciously and seemed skittish.
で、他には
That's all.
悪い。一個だけ言っていいか。情報少なすぎね。
What did you expect? He stayed cooped up at the home all the time and rarely came outside.
いや、そうかもしんないけど、もっとこう決定的なやつを期待したっつうか。
Well, I'm sorry for disappointing you.
まあ、バカ猫にしちゃ上出来だろう。
え、マジ？
マジだ、バカ頭。被害者は8月の X デー事件のネットゲームの開発者。つまり、 8月の事件でアリバイがあった容疑者をもう一度洗えば何か出てくる可能性があるってことだろ
う。おー、そういうことか。つうことはお手柄じゃん。星野、意外とやるなお前。
How can he be so blatantly flip-flop whenever it becomes convenient for him? Now he was being complimentary as if he'd forgotten that he was just criticizing me. It was so pathetic, I actually felt somewhat sorry for him.
請求さを求めているのか。事件の起こし方が大胆というより露骨になってきたように思う。
That's a good point. There is a difference between blunt and bold. So I can definitely see where there would be that difference.
この変化をどう捉えるべきか。まだ明確な答えは出せそうにないがな。ローマ数字9から始まった X デーのカウントダウンも今月でついに1だ。もう残された時間は少ない。
Next month will be 0.
X デーは1月。
そこのバカ2人、何今更分かりきったことを神妙に言ってんだ。引き算できますアピールなんていらねえよ。
Gib slap. Huh? Or maybe it was more of a That bit of criticism stung, but I had no comeback for it. I thought Enomoto would be furious at Sazazuka for that. I thought Enomoto would be furious at Sazazuka for that comment, but he's being awfully quiet. Just as I thought it's surprising that Enomoto seemed contemplative.
お、もしかして。
Did you just realize something?
ああ、ズバリ分かっちまったよ。今回の事件が他と比べて異質な理由。それは X デーを目前にして犯人たちが浮き足立ってるって証拠だ。そう、例えるなら織田陣営を前にした東海一の弓取り今川義元が如く。
Oh boy, we're gonna get Japanese history! Or at least historical, like, Japanese folklore, fairy tales, anything like that.
どうしたどうした。あまりにも素晴らしい例えで驚いたか？
No, turn tail means run away. I think the phrase you're looking for might be turn it up? Enomoto's face turned beet red and he hung his head in extreme shame. What now? Should I not have said that? I sheepishly looked over to Yanagi.
ひとまず
He ignored it.
榎本の言う通り、犯人が目標達成を目の前にして油断しているというのはありえない話じゃない。
True, yeah. Adonis carries out its attacks as an organization, after all.
おそらくは絶対的なカリスマが率いる組織、意思決定や犯罪計画もその中心人物がいてこそだ。だが
向こうも一枚岩ってわけじゃねえ。トップのやつ、そいつがどんだけすごかろうが所詮は人間だからな。神じゃねえ以上全てをコントロールしようとすんのは無理。
何を企んでるかわからない以上厄介な相手には違いないよな。
Oh, Enomoto's alive again. The way that's phrased. Seems like he was quick to recover.
何にしても8月の事件に関わってんなら俺の担当分だ。柳さん、 それでいいよな。
ああ、頼む。
I was nervous about being added to the investigation, but I wonder if I just helped. Alright, let's get caught up real quick on chat. To be honest though, you should have said I took witness statements earlier. In every cop show I've watched, that's one of the first things the man or woman in charge asks for. Exactly. Exactly. P and B are really similar in Japanese. I would guess it's with a B sound in this case. You took it up through intermediate Japanese in high school and college. A fellow NCIS fan! Yes! Ooh, I took Spanish too. He kind of does remind me of Tony from NCIS. Oh, Denozo. Tony Denozo. Hey, that's great! I noticed I was able to hear, with my very limited knowledge of Japanese, I was able to hear the word baka. Do you ever have those moments where you're learning a language and all of a sudden you recognize a word at normal speed in conversation and you're like, oh, I know that word! I know that word! Of course my Japanese word would be the word for idiot. Right, the man who took so many Gibbs slaps. Alright, back to the story. Day 7 incidents has been added to materials. I'm gonna keep that voice for that. There was a clear gap in experience between me and them, so I couldn't deny that I wasn't as quick as Yanagi and the others. But the fear of the poison in the collar drove me to pursue the cases harder. I felt like this was very like me.
ところで星野、お前はどの事件を追うつもりなんだ？
Now that the discussion was over, Sazazuka paid me no attention, and Enomoto had begun yawning sleepily. I timidly spoke up. I think I want to work on the cases from April and May.
Huh? ちょい待ち。それひょっとしなくても俺が担当してる事件じゃねえか。
Yes.
なんでよりによって他の事件でもいいだろう。
No, I can't. I firmly shut down his suggestion that I find something else to do. The criminal behind the collar was obsessed with justice. They also mentioned the truth of X Day in the second letter. It's as if they feel there's a legitimate reason for committing the X Day murders. It felt to me like they were saying that their idea of justice was correct, while what the police call justice is wrong. If there's some greater meaning behind the X Day crimes, I should start by examining the motives and goals behind the first incident. So, I went to investigate April and May, where all of this began. When I asserted myself, Enomoto avoided looking at my eyes. His expression seemed pained, which made me curious, but...
榎本、彼女が彼女なりの考えでこの事件を選んだのは分かっただろう。共に捜査するパートナーとしてどうだ？
どうとかいきなり言われても、この事件は俺が一人で追うべきだし。
Maybe I'm a bother to him. Enomoto used to be in field ops, so from his perspective, maybe I'd be a burden. He seemed so disappointed when I talked about my witness statements. But I couldn't back down here. I stood up from the sofa and walked over to Enomoto.
なんだよ、文句あるってのか。
Enomoto tensed up. I bowed before him. Please, please allow me to work with you.
What?
I'll do my best not to get in your way. I hate being useless.
おい、なんでそんな、やめろって。
Please!
わかったから頭上げろよ。
Ad break starting in 1 minute. So we will go into BRB for that minute of ads and then be back after ad break. As soon as that ad break starts, I mean. You'll let me work with you? I looked up, wondering if my passion had moved him.
バカじゃねえの。これくらいのことでそんな喜ぶなんてよ。
He quickly scurried away from me and turned away. I knew it. He still doesn't trust me. But I can't look weak. The bottom line is that he's accepted me, regardless.
笹塚、星野は4月と5月の担当ということで構わないな。
別に俺には関係ねえし。話がこれで終わりなら俺ちょっと出てくる。
After saying that, Sasazuka quickly left the building.
俺も上で一服してくる。
こいつと2人だけにするつもりっすか。さすがにそれは勘弁してくださいよ。
Good morning, Weaver Wolf. How you doing? I love those emotes. You have the cutest emotes, Weaver Wolf. What? I was rather opposed to the notion as well.
お前たちは今日からパートナーになるんだ。お互いを知るためにも少し話をしてみろ。
There's something behind that smile of his.
いや、俺には話すことなんか。
All right, we'll be back in just a minute. Alrighty, I'm doing well, just enjoying this Saturday. Alrighty, Mountain, you go do your dad thing. Go do what you gotta do. The player character reminds you of a mix of Agent Lee and McGee. I don't remember Agent Lee, but I do remember McGee. McGee is awesome. That comes up relatively often in this game, typically directed at Enomoto. But yeah, I'm doing well, Weaver Wolf. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. What do you guys have planned for the rest of the day? With that remark, Yanagi took a cigarette out of his coat and went outside. We were alone in the room. Good morning, Lucis! Hope you're doing well. Your wizard time, yes! I got some rogue time in in Pantheon. We were working together and I kept dying to the chickens. Ugh. I think part of it was I was so tired. Definitely I was getting kind of tired. It was like 9-10 o'clock at night and I was like, I'm tired and probably not doing the best. And so I'm like, you know what? We're just going to take a break for the rest of the night. We'll come back at another time and we can level up. But I kept dying to the chickens. I would try and jump over the pen to see if there was like a chance that I could, rest a bit and get some health back. But the chickens would come running around all angry. I'm doing well, Lucis. What do you have planned this weekend? We were alone in the room. Enomoto's ostentatious, fan-waving mannerisms from earlier in the evening were long gone, and were now replaced by stammering.
なんなんだこの状況。お見合いじゃあるまいし、あとは若い二人で状態にされてもな。
Enomoto moved away from me while grousing to himself. Yanagi must have done this out of concern, to help us talk out our differences. I didn't want to let his concern go to waste, but it felt like there was a gap between us.
俺にどうしろってんだよ。
If we're going to be partners, I'd like to know more about Enomoto. But he thinks I'm connected to the criminals, so I'm sure he'll be stubborn about it. It might be better to wait and see what his attitude towards me is. Enomoto kept glancing at me, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. If you have something to say, just go ahead and say it. Frankly, the silence was killing me. I just wanted him to say anything, even small talk. Meanwhile, Enomoto decided it'd be a good time to go and hide behind a partition that was situated deeper in the room. Now what? Should I follow him?
あのさ。喉乾いたから茶入れようかなって。お前も飲む？
Yes, please. Oh, if we're having tea, I can...
いいって。俺好みの茶の濃さってのがあるんだ。
I see. How strong do you like it exactly?
ほどほどだ。
That's not really an answer. I felt uneasy, but I was relieved that we managed to say something at least. Right, Weaver Wolf, we kill all those chickens and no cool chickens! And yes, they can definitely be vicious, Luces. Definitely.
おや、入れてきたぞ。心して飲め。
Alright. I picked up the cup while Enomoto just watched me. It's hot. It was steaming. I'd burn myself if I didn't cool it down. Oh, sorry. I thought it'd be better to cool it off a bit. I apologized. Maybe he thought the tea was best enjoyed piping hot.
別にちょっと可愛いななんて思ってねえんだからな。
Huh?
そんなことで俺を懐柔させようったってそうはいかねえっつうの。残念でした。
Enomoto? Are you okay? Enomoto nodded, tears filling his eyes. He'd gulped down the scalding hot tea.
平気やし俺ほどにもなるとこんなのへでもね
You don't look fine. Why don't we add some ice? I know you went through the trouble to make it fresh, but this tea is a little hot for me. I'd like to cool it down.
冷凍庫にある
Oh, okay. Pardon me then. I hurriedly went over to the refrigerator, took out an ice tray, and then brought it over to Enomoto. Enomoto was facing away from me, so I tapped him on the shoulder.
な
When he turned around, I tossed an ice cube into his open mouth.
聞こえたいきなり何すんだお前
Well, I thought this would be the fastest way to cool down your mouth.
別に俺はやけどなんてしてねえんだからなそんな疑いの目やめろよ
To think hot tea would disable him so badly. He must really dislike hot food and drink. Oh, by the way, I've heard that placing sugar on your tongue helps relieve the pain. Also, I saw on TV that honey works as well.
そうなのか知らなかった
Honey is supposed to be good for mouth ulcers and cuts.
勉強になるそれならどっちも台所にあるし
Should I bring them over for you?
違うだから俺はやけどなんてしてねえ
He was obviously lying, but it looked like I had no choice but to play along. Fine, but... I reached over and dropped an ice cube into his cup of tea. Why don't we both just enjoy our tea a little earlier today? Or a little cooler today. There we go. Right? He is so funny, Weaver Wolf. Enomoto looked at the melting ice cube and then at me. Then he nodded. Sitting next to him, I let my tea cool down and took a sip. It's delicious. You must have spent some time brewing it.
なんだよ余計な気遣いやがって俺はあのままでも大丈夫だったってのに
Maybe the ice cube in his mouth had melted, because Enomoto was grumbling to himself again and drinking his tea. For a while, we sat there side by side, drinking our tea. We didn't talk, but it felt less awkward than it had at first. Once I finished my tea... Thank you for the tea. Did we manage to finally break the ice? Maybe we can talk about work now.
とりあえずなんだけどさ
Yes?
俺はまだお前のこと信用できない
Huh? I was just getting excited to talk about the case, and now that had been wiped away.
あでもその根は悪いやつじゃないとは思うさっきも氷持ってきてくれたし
We've only just met, and met under really weird circumstances, so I know that you won't be able to trust me right away. But it's my life on the line. I seriously want to solve the X-Day cases. Your help would be indispensable to help me achieve my goal.
本当にそうか
Eh?
事件解決のために俺の力が絶対に必要だって本気で思うのか
What do you mean?
お前だって分かってるだろ。俺はここのメンバーの中じゃ飛び抜けて頭使うのに向いてね。柳先輩みたいな冷静な判断力も、タケルみたいな勘の良さや知識も、白石さんみたいな分析力もねえんだ。そんな俺と一緒に捜査して X デイ事件を解決できるってどういう根拠で思ってんだ。
Enomoto stared at me, so I examined my own feelings on the matter. And I said the first thing that came to mind. In that case, I'm the same. I don't have experience like the rest of you. As Sasazuka says, I'm not all that smart. But I don't think brains are the only way that those cases can be solved.
じゃあ何が必要なんだ。
It might sound like idealistic nonsense to you, but I think that the will to solve this, no matter what, might be the most important quality of all. I've decided to take the April and May incidents. I just thought that it would be the most natural for us to work together, since you're on them. Besides, you're a former field ops officer. You must have talent to get there at your age. And if it wasn't talent, then effort. Even I know that much. I argued earnestly while Enomoto quietly watched. Maybe I had gone too far, but I couldn't stay silent. Good morning, Waiwuaz! How you doing? If I was going to work with Enomoto, then I wanted to learn more about him. But it felt like he didn't want to acknowledge his own value.
なるほどな。わかった。
Do you understand now?
お前がだいぶちょ突猛進だってことはなんとなくわかった。
What? How is that the thing that he took from the speech I gave?
ま、とにかくだな。俺は事件の実行犯だって言われてるアドニスのやり方が気に食わねえ。
I feel the same way.
だからアドニスと少しでも関係があるならお前じゃなくても無理だって思うし疑う。
But I'm not.
本当に全くの無関係ならお前は狙われねえはずだろ。たとえお前が意図してなくてもな、あっちが狙う理由は必ずあるんだ。たまたま目についたから狙ったじゃ説明できない状況だろ。
That's true. I couldn't dispute Enomoto's pointed remark. I didn't know why I had been targeted, but Adonis wouldn't have just picked me for no reason. It was difficult to understand.
それにお前だって俺たちを信用してるわけじゃねえんだろ。昨日そう言ってたもんな。それなのに捜査のパートナーとかさ、本気で成り立つと思ってんのか。
He deeply distrusts me. You're doing all right? How can we pray for you, Waiwuaz? Everything going okay? As I watched him quietly vocalize that thought, I felt it more than ever. I could understand his doubts, but it was still frustrating. It's not as if I came here without knowing what I wanted. For now, I'm gonna go with all the answers I gave in a previous version. Because I want to say that's what got me on the right track. Right, Soul? No comment. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go with the, I can't say that it will. It's true that in this situation, one might not expect things to go smoothly.
だろ事件解決に向けてのメリットがない以上組むことなんてできねえよ
But if that's what you've decided, then it's already over.
どういう意味だよ
Ah, gotcha, Soul. I think for now, well, let's do a code phrase. The code phrase, if I am just like totally lost, will be Lord's Chicken. So Lord's Chicken is, I want you to give me the answer, please. I don't know which one. Now that I've decided to pursue the April and May incidents, I want to cooperate with you. Whether or not you distrust me, I'm still going to investigate these cases, so I'd like to work together as much as we can. If you suspect me of being connected to Adonis that much, then I don't mind if you use me.
お前何言って
If you decide to use me, then you'll benefit from working with me. You can pretend to work with me so that I lead you to have direct contact with Adonis. That, or observe me while pretending to work with me while you gain clues about the criminals.
言葉だけなら何とでも言えるだろう今言ったことだって俺に取り入るための
I won't lie to you. We're going to be partners, so I don't need to lie, do I? The last answer I picked was, we can't say that it'll work. Like, it was the, we don't know for sure if it'll work, versus, oh, it's gonna be fine. I don't mind if you take advantage of me. Not if it helps us protect the citizens of Shinjuku. That's my idea of justice. Enomoto had been glaring at me, but now he just sighed.
そっかそれがお前の正義なんだな
Enomoto murmured in a way that somehow seemed depressed. Why is that his response to what I said? I wanted to ask, but it didn't really feel like an appropriate time to do so. I had spoken my piece. Enomoto looked at me and seemed about to say something when the door suddenly opened, and Yanagi returned. Best boy!
二人とも少しは話ができたか
Yes. I nodded and looked back towards Enomoto. Enomoto, can we continue this? Huh? I'd only taken my eyes off him for a moment, but Enomoto was gone.
榎本ならもう出て行ったぞあれでも元機動捜査隊だからな無駄に素早い身のこなしだった
I see. He'd looked like he wanted to say something, but instead he'd vanished on me.
多少調子に乗りやすいところがあるがこれからよろしく頼む
We'll make the best of it. I felt a touch of anxiety, wondering if this would actually be okay. I decided to wait for a while for him to return. Where did he go? He didn't seem like he would be coming back, so I decided to text him and go home for the day. Did you want to tell me something? I'm going home today, so please make sure to tell me next time, Enomoto. There. Sent. Maybe I should take a shortcut home. No, Ichika, no, 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 no. No shortcuts. No shortcuts. I passed through a narrow alley to take a shortcut to my home. There aren't many streetlights along this path, so I usually avoid it. I would too! I'm thinking we take the normal route. I don't like the idea of her taking a not as well lit route. I don't like the going outside the norm because A, they're watching her. B, it just feels better in this situation. Like if I were in this situation, I would stay on a lit path where I knew that people would be able to see me, where I knew that people would pass by if anything happened. You know what I mean? I really, really think we need to take the normal route home. I shouldn't. Even though I was armed, I shouldn't tempt fate. Who knows what could happen? Exactly, Ichika, exactly! I should try to reduce risk to myself as much as possible. I doubled back to my usual route and walked back home the way I always do. I'm glad I got home before midnight. Time to jump in the bath and... Huh? There was another pair of shoes neatly lined up next to Kazuki's. These are... Akito's shoes. Wondering if he was staying the night, I went to Kazuki's room. The lights are off. It was late, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were asleep. I'll ask him whether or not he asked Akito's family to let him stay over after he wakes up. That decided, I went to take a bath to rid myself of the day's fatigue. Oh, we've got our report for April and May. Excuse me. X-Day Incident Report. Report of the X-Day Incidents. April 1st, a video of 4 people looking like tied-up police officers is broadcast at Shinjuku train station. A voice masked by a voice changer listed the sins that the 4 had committed, and then declared that they would receive judgment. Then... Countdown to X-Day 9 was displayed. Many witnesses assumed the video was a prank, but the police traced the source of the broadcast and moved to investigate it. Then it was discovered that several police officers from Shinjuku precinct were missing. However, the investigation went nowhere, and May 1st came. This time, a video was broadcast across Japan, showing 4 costumed people with their heads covered. The police officers were shot one by one on video, and then the perpetrator declared this to be their judgment, and that it was justice. The perpetrators called themselves Adonis. The nation was shocked. Adonis was the name of a terrorist organization which had attempted to assassinate the Prime Minister 2 years ago. Countdown to X Day 8. The countdown to their so-called rebirth continued. When the police reached the scene of the crime, they confirmed the death of one officer. Bloodstains of several other people were found at the scene, but the other 3 victims were not found. The Japanese public reacted in various ways to the countdown. There was no shortage of people in the world who deserved judgment for sins they'd committed. Someone wanted to save the world that was filled with, or this world that was filled with sorrow. To create their version of an ideal world, the plan began smoothly. We had no intention of lightening our judgment. All would be reborn. Until then, I mixed sugar and chopped scallions into the scrambled egg and mixed them to whip air in. Then I fried the mixture in a lightly oiled pan and finished cooking fluffy eggs with scallions. This should be good for lunch. I looked towards my phone sitting on the dining table. Enomoto still hasn't gotten back to me. I had felt snubbed by the way that he said he didn't trust me and then just abruptly left in the middle of the conversation. I have to talk to him in person if I want to get his trust. Maybe I should stop by the office today. Contemplating what to do, I continued to prepare breakfast. When Kazuki and Akito came into the living room, I'd just finished making breakfast.
おはようございます、お姉さん。すみません。またお邪魔してます。
Morning, Akito. We're totally happy to have you. But, did you tell your family you'd be here?
はい、大丈夫です。母が今度お礼がしたいって言ってました。
Oh, no need. I would like to meet her, though. Your family also looks after Kazuki sometimes as well. When I glanced at Kazuki, he just turned away like it had nothing to do with him. Ignoring me, eh? It's the same as ever. I just made breakfast. Please, have some if you'd like.
いいんですか？実は起きた時、いい匂いするなって思ってたんです。
こんなの大したもんじゃねえよ。さっさと食ってさっきの話の続きしようぜ。
続きも何も相手はあの一色さんだしさ。もう決めちゃっていいんじゃない？
Ishiki?
そうなんですよ、お姉さん。実は和樹。
アキト、こいつはこんな話興味ねえよ。話すだけ無駄だ。
Give slap to you, Kazuki. She is interested. She is interested. Come on, my dude. With a sour expression, Kazuki took a seat and started eating.
それじゃあ俺もいただきます。
Sure. Help yourself. While serving breakfast to Kazuki and Akito, I quietly sighed to myself. He doesn't feel like talking to me. He was always cold to me at home, but Akito made it seem like Kazuki had a wider group of friends. He played guitar as a hobby, so he might have met them through that. Huh. Wait, Ishiki is... I realized that I'd heard the name during a music program on TV a few days ago. No, there's no way a high school student would know someone famous enough to be on TV. When I placed another dish in front of Akito, I looked at him. He met my eyes and then just started raking in his food. It doesn't look like he'll tell me even if I decide to ask. I was curious, but it was about time to leave for work, so I quickly cleaned up and left. Soon after I arrived, I set about answering a stream of phone calls. Yesterday's incident has been publicly acknowledged as being tied to X Day. We had been prepared for this to an extent, but it still stung to know that we had failed to prevent another X Day attack. I answered every phone call as sincerely as I could. At some point in the day, I made eye contact with Mochida. He looked exhausted. Are you all right, Mochida?
ああ、お前こそ平気か。さっき怒鳴られてるのが受話器越しに聞こえたぞ。
It was someone who was at the scene yesterday. She was asking why we were being dishonest and didn't just immediately announce that it was a next day crime.
あの時はコインの解析結果がまだ出てなかったからな。
Once I explained to her that we couldn't lightly spread unverified information, I think she got it.
そうか。俺の方も似たり寄ったりだ。これ以上区民の不安を煽るような事件は。
Huh? There seems to be some commotion.
これは。
おい、動画サイトだ。X デー事件の動画が上がってる。
Huh? Oh, that music. Upon hearing those words, I reflexively began typing on the keyboard.
再生の日まであと23日。
Is this a park somewhere? There's a fire near the public restroom.
過剰な愛の押し付けは時に狂気となります。それが妄想による愛ならなおさらです。世ごと狂気で殺され怯える女性がいても警察は事件が起きていないからと見て見ぬふり。多くの女性を恐怖に陥れた輩にアドニスが裁きの鉄槌を下します。
A dark figure was visible in the roaring flames. Could that be?
通報が相次いでる。手遅れだろうな。昨日と同様、特防にも応援要請が来てる。星野、お前はここで待機だ。
For sure, definitely one of the creepier voices. Huh? But
こっちはこっちで人手がいるからな。
yes, sir. After that, I kept answering the torrent of phone calls, repeating my responses and apologies. After a while, the panic finally died down, and I finally got a break. That was really tiring. I was feeling overwhelmed by sleepiness.
ああ、くたびれた顔しちゃって。生きてる？
I turned to face the voice, and Sakuragawa was standing there, holding a large hot dog.
アドニスがまた事件を起こしたから、あんたも参ってるんじゃないかと思ってさ。様子を見に来たら案の定だね。
Adonis. Wait, that's been confirmed too?
そう、コインが一致したからね。それと今回の実行犯は7月の事件に関わりがあるらしいわ。
The July case? Yesterday's crime was related to August, and now this one was related to July. That's right. The statement in the video said, "For all our fellow women who have endured such terror," that suggested a connection to a stalker. December 8th incident has been added to materials. Excuse me. I interrupted Sakuragawa and looked at my phone. Come to the office today. I don't have the right to refuse.
急にげんなりしちゃって嫌な知らせでも来たの？
No, not really.
遠慮しないで言ってみなって。ストレス溜め込むとハゲるよ。
Huh? I suddenly reached for my head, and Sakuragawa chortled.
ここでずっとこもってるのも良くないし、息抜きにさ、昼ご飯上で食べない？
Okay. I picked up my lunch and coat and went to the roof to join Sakuragawa for lunch. As one might expect, being that it was December, nobody besides us was eating up on the roof. Even with the coat, it's pretty cold up here.
そう？私は結構外にいること多いから大して気にならないけど。
We sat next to each other on a bench, and Sakuragawa chomped down on her hot dog. She sure loves her food. Look at her go. Watching her eat made me hungry, and I opened up my lunchbox.
お、そのミートボール美味しそう。
You can have one if you'd like.
いいの？星野、あんた分かってんね。
Sakuragawa popped a meatball into her mouth. Then her eyes lit up.
ねえ、もう一個もらっていい？
Go ahead. Because she took such delight in my cooking, I ended up just giving her all of the meatballs I'd made.
いやー、なんか力がみなぎってきた気がする。あんたと知り合いになってよかったわ。
You're flattering me.
で、どう？ X デー事件の捜査は進んでるわけ？
I'm working with Enomoto now, but it's actually not going very well. Oh, hold on a second. I'm seeing that we're in the red. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my Wi-Fi and see if maybe that gets us back up into yellow and green, because we've kind of been bouncing around here. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully that hasn't been noticeable on stream, but...
なんで？榎本なんてあの事務所の中じゃ一番扱いやすいじゃん。
Really? He seems to be avoiding me, though.
避けられる？ああ、それはあれでしょ。あいつ女に免疫ないから。ムカつくことに、私に対してはそうでもないんだけどさ。女と1対1で話したり、目を合わせたりするだけで胸が苦しくなるらしいよ。
Exactly! Exactly! Treat her to meeting you. Made a friend instantly. He's that bad? We'd made eye contact when we talked yesterday, though he'd looked away immediately.
あいつって見るからにと可 わいそうだから明言はしないでやるか。ま、慣れれば落ち着いてくるだろうからさ。広い心で待ってやりなよ。
Huh. I felt like it was more because he doesn't trust me than because I'm a woman. Still, I'd learned that I had to be sensitive around him, so this had been informative.
あ、そうだ。榎本が頼れないなら、佐竹さんを紹介しようか。
Satake?
そう。機捜のベテラン刑事で、X デー事件の初動捜査に関わってる人。榎本も在職時代には俺の師匠だっつって慕っててね。まあ実際佐竹さんは義理人情に熱いとこあるし、何かと助けてくれると思うよ。
I should obviously gather information about the crimes, but this could be my chance to learn more about Enomoto. Oh, please introduce us.
了解。時間見つけてあんたのことは話しといてあげる。
Thank you.
ま、このくらいはね。ミートボールのお礼ってことで。
I'm so glad that I packed meatballs for lunch today. I could be introduced to a valuable ally in exchange for a portion of my lunch. It excited me enough to forget about the cold. It looks like Mochita still isn't back. Maybe I can take a few minutes. Sakuragawa lent me the April and May case files, figuring I'd need them for my investigation. I read through the files. Four police officers had been taken captive, and one of them had been confirmed killed. The victim was Yuuta Fuji, an officer who worked a local police box. In April, Adonis had listed the sins that the officers had committed. 2 years ago, he had performed a mistaken arrest. However, the matter had been quickly settled out of court. The people he mistakenly arrested were Yasuhiro Ishiki and Tomoki Ogata. Yasuhiro Ishiki? I had heard that name this morning. Now I remember. He wasn't as well known at the time, but his arrest made the news. My meatballs had gotten me the files, and Sakuragawa had told me to pay her back whenever I felt like it. But she was already going to introduce me to Sataki, so I couldn't keep asking for help. So who else can I ask? Shiraishi comes to mind. He had shown an unusual interest in my collar. I'm not sure I want to do this, but here goes. Yuta. Okay, I'll definitely remember that. Yuta. Yuta. Okay. That way I get it drummed in here, because I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. Wait, he's at forensics, I believe. No, wait. Yeah, he's there. Yep, forensics. Come on. I'm pressing A. I'm pressing A! Why is it not? Why is this not working? They're both connected. Oh, he's field, not forensics. Why am I mixing up all of the people? Thank you, Soul. I'm mixing up everybody. No wonder it's not letting me go where I'm not supposed to go. No wonder the A button wasn't working. It's the game going, Donna, 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 think about this. Where does Shiraishi work? When I timidly knocked on the door and opened it, Shiraishi was waiting for me, grinning. It looked like everyone else was out.
君が4月と5月の事件を担当することになったって柳くんから聞いて、そのうち来るかなとは思ってたんだ。何せ榎本くんは捜査に本腰を入れているとは思えないからね。たとえ苦手でも君は俺のところに来るしかない。
It's not that I don't like you. I wouldn't put it that way.
取り繕わなくてもいいよ。君露骨に俺のことを疑ってたもんね。
That's just because the way you act and talk is not the most friendly.
言うね。やっぱり君は面白い。榎本くんじゃなくて俺のパートナーになってくれればよかったのに。
Wait, huh? We're not Shiraishi's partner. Oh wait, you should have instead of Shiraishi. They're working together. The caffeine is kicking in. Caffeine is kicking in. Wait, no. Instead of Shiraishi's. So he thinks I'm Shiraishi's partner. Why does he think I'm Shiraishi's partner? I'm Enomoto's partner. That was a typo on behalf of Tim the Terrible Typist. Oh. Oh man. They both have bizarre fashion sense, but Shiraishi's harder to deal with. So about the cases. I ignored the partner issue and tried to steer the conversation back on topic.
何でもいいから知りたいって顔に書いてある。でも俺いまいちこの事件には興味が湧かなかったんだよね。
I don't think the problem is whether it's interesting or not. While I fought back the urge to ask for his input, Shiraishi picked up a tablet. It's all good. It's all good. I'm like, wait. First off, we're talking to Shiraishi. What's going on here? My brain is so confused.
4月の X デー事件の動画。まあ君も当然見たことあるでしょ?
Yes, but the police have thoroughly scrubbed the video from the internet, so it's hard to find anything now.
さらっと流し見するのと本格的に事件を調べるの前提で見るのとじゃ違うからね。ひょっとしたら新たな発見があるかもよ。
With that, Shiraishi tapped the screen and replayed the April video.
汚れた日本を再生するため、これより X デイへのカウントダウンを開始します。彼らは警察官として悪を裁く立場にいながら罪を犯しました。今ここにいる4名の罪を白日のもとにさらします。違法捜査、5人逮捕、暴力団との裏取引、横領、証拠品の捏造、取り調べでの暴力行為、自己保身や出世のために他者を踏みにじり自殺へ追い込むもの。彼らの行いにより心に傷を負うばかりか命を絶った者もいたのです。 しかし彼らは罪を償うことなく野放しにされています。このようなことが果たして許されるのでしょうか。彼らのような犯罪者には裁きを下さなければなりません。我々の目的はただ一つ。この新宿区を再生の足がかりとし、汚染を浄化していくことにあります。恐れを抱いた者はこの地を去ってください。我々は引き止めはしません。ですがどこにいたとしても我々の裁きは下ります。例外はありません。我々は世界の断りを再生させる。弱者が虐げられるだけの世の中を変えるのです。X デイへのカウントダウン9。
Back in April, we hadn't understood what they meant by judgment. But in May, it was made crystal clear.
この動画が流出した当初、世間の人々は肯定的だった。官憲の不祥事はとても叩きやすくてね、権威を傘に威張ってる人間を地に落とす。民衆はそんな展開が大好きなんだ。だから警察官の犯罪は格好のネタになる。あの警察官最低だよねって具合にさ。でもそれはあくまでネタ。そんなに深くは掘り下げられない。せいぜいあの動画が本当なら彼らは裁かれるべきぐらいのものだ。でも5月の事件で風向きが変わった。君、あの時流れた動画は検証した？
No.
かなり拡散されたからまだネット上に残ってるみたいだけど。
Shiraishi brought up that video on the tablet and showed it to me. This one still gives me Animal Crossing vibes. It was still hard to believe that people's deaths had been broadcast live to the public in this way. Moreover, the perpetrator had talked like they felt no remorse.
この動画を見て、世間は異常だ、殺すのはやりすぎと批判しだした。現場には1名の遺体が残されてたけど、他3名は結婚のみで行方知れず。まあでも事件発生から7ヶ月になるからもうどこかで処理されちゃってるかもね。
While Shiraishi spoke casually of such things, he was gazing into my eyes.
ねえ、君は動画を見てどう思った？
What I thought? Oh boy. These both feel like they could be correct. But I don't think these ones affect Enomoto's route, right? These ones would probably affect Shiraishi's route? Okay. I'm gonna go with... No, as in they don't affect Shiraishi or Enomoto? Okay. I I think we'll go with... I'm leaning towards... We've got a minute till ad break. Hold on. Yeah, I'm on Enomoto's route. But I guess what I mean is it's not going to affect the outcome no matter which one I pick. I would still get the decent ending of Enomoto's route. Oh, the choices affect the route you're currently on. Great. Okay. Alright, we've got an ad break in about 30 seconds. I'm leaning towards the right answer being their methods are wrong. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save. And then when we get back from ad break, we will make sure to we'll be there to make our decision. Yeah, that's fair. We're working with him to solve the case, so that does make sense. That does make sense that it would affect that. Alright, we're going into BRB. I'm gonna take a bio break while we're on that little break, and I will see you guys in just a couple of minutes. Alright, you guys. There we go. Alright, let's go with their methods are wrong. Should Shiraishi placed an index finger on my mouth as I was about to voice my thoughts. Shiraishi's route has also looked at the moment. Regardless, yeah, the crime-solving choices will impact your ending just as much as the character interaction, because getting to the bottom of things is Ichika's main goal. That makes sense. Shiraishi placed an index finger on my mouth as I was about to voice my thoughts. Then, his finger moved down until it landed on the collar.
君は肝心なことを忘れてる。ここにもう一人いる。
Oh! Well, either way, I'm gonna get that. I immediately knew that he wasn't talking about another person in the room, but he was trying not to talk about the caller directly.
署内で聞き込みもいいけど、意見を求められた時どう答えるかちゃんと考えて発言しないと殺されちゃうかもしれないよ。
The chilling words made me swallow hard.
犯人からの手紙を見た日からずっと考えてたんだけど、犯人は君のことを我々の良き理解者で崇高な意志を継ぐ可能性を秘めている人間と評していた。犯人は君を同類だと思っている。でもまだ同志とは認めていない。
Shiraishi lightly tapped the collar.
これはいわば試験じゃないか
An experiment?
な。そう、テストみたいなものだよ。犯人のお眼鏡にかなうかどうか、それを試すために用意されたアイテム。
Exactly my thought. Exactly my thought. I'm glad I got the right one. Good morning, dreamer! The other would be almost like saying, well, killing is taking it too far, but... And thank you! I'm proud of myself for remembering. I'm also glad I saved just in case!
だから君が犯人の掲げる正義に反したことをした場合、危害を加えられるか、あるいは
Oh, good! That first day of actual job searching was a dud, but you're getting closer to actually getting an actual job. Ooh, yeah, you could totally learn coding. There's a website called Udemy. I'm gonna write that into chat. And for a somewhat reasonable price, you would be able to learn coding. There's also Solo Learn. I started learning HTML, but they also have Java, Python, C#, and C++, I believe. And so they've got all kinds of different stuff that you can learn on those sites.
見込み違いと判定されて殺される。
Shiraishi gazed at me and walked away. Without realizing it, I'd started trembling.
今後は発言に注意した方がいい。特に今のように質問を求められる場面では細心の注意を払うこと。いいね。
Yes, I'll be more careful from now on. Shiraishi has a point. I've only been thinking about preventing people from knowing about the collar.
軽率な言動を改めさせるには疑似体験をさせるのが一番。どう？聞いたでしょ？
Yes.
その様子だと身に染みたみたいだね。それじゃ死なない程度に頑張って。
Thank you. Thank you. Very much. Concerned about how much he seemed to enjoy that, I left field support behind. After lunch, I returned to my standard job of answering phone calls. Mochida had just returned from working at the crime scene, meaning that my police work for today was over. I had to go over to the office due to Sazazuka summoning me. Though I'm not going to be able to offer much, since I didn't go to the crime scene today. All I can report is that today's incident looks looks like it has some connection to the X-Day case from July. could already hear him calling me a useless, stupid cat. Wait, no. I can tell them that I'm going to be able to talk to Satake. Or Satake. I just had to suck up whatever they threw at me. Patience was key. Still, answering phone calls for 2 homicides in 2 days really wore me out. Fwah! Fwah. I yawned. Ooh, W3 school? What's that? Enomoto. What's he doing here? I thought I was alone, so I'd completely relaxed. I immediately shut my mouth to hide the fact that I'd let out a gaping yawn a moment ago. This was awkward. Incredibly awkward. I wondered if he'd seen me making a weird look or something. Enomoto slowly backed away from me, his lips curled into a frown. Ooh, that's cool. Another coding website. Is it free? Huh? Wait a... Out of the blue, he turned and sprinted away from me. Why are you running? Wait! I followed him, but like Yanagi mentioned, his field ops experience wasn't just for show. I gradually fell behind until I completely lost sight of Enomoto. Wait! Ah! In my attempt to chase after him, I'd stumbled and fallen. Ugh. I'd scraped my knee in the fall, and now it burned. Enomoto had gotten away, and I'd taken a massive spill. When it rained, it certainly poured. I sighed and tried to stand up. I noticed a shadow racing toward me. What was that sound effect? Enomoto.
大丈夫か
Oh, yes. I just scraped my knee.
なんだって俺のせいだよな
No, I was just careless. Well, here's hoping it's free, Dreamer. Yeah, Enomoto is kind of... He's cute but hopeless all at the same time.
いやだってどう考えても俺が逃げたせいで
Is it my fault? Yes! To a certain extent. To a certain extent. Had he not run away, that would not have happened. But Ichika is also human, could have chosen to stay there. And just been like, oh, I'll see him over at the... Right? Sees the girl, instinctively runs away. But Ichika could have chosen to just be like, oh, I'll see him in a little bit at the meeting that Sasuzuki called me to.
女に怪我させるとか男としてやっちゃいけねえっていうかかっこ悪すぎだろ
So it's both their faults. I had only tripped, but Enomoto seemed rather taken aback by all of this. It's nothing much. Please, don't worry about me.
バカそんなわけにいくかオブサレ
Huh?
どうせタケルに呼び出されて事務所に行く途中なんだろだったら俺が運んでってやるよ
Enomoto got on his knees in front of me and looked expectantly at me.
いいから遠慮すんな
But...
ああもうじれったいな しゃがんでやってんだから早くしろって。
Why is he getting all mad at me for? He's the one that ran off. I really wanted to refuse, but I felt sorry for Enomoto because he looked so harried and desperate. Well, if you don't mind, then... What's wrong?
あんまギュッと抱きつくと背中にこれ式のことでどうしてどうする。こういう時は考えるな、感じろ。違う、感じてどうする。そうじゃなくて心を無にしてたな。なんだ？
If I'm too heavy, should I get down?
バカ言え。これくらい全然重くねえっての。つうか軽すぎなくらいだ。ちゃんと飯食ってんのかお前。
Enomoto's tone softened slightly, and he started walking.
さっきは逃げて悪かった。
Yeah, I was shocked at you running off.
そうだよな。思いっきり感じ悪かったよな、俺。
I'm glad you came back for me, though. You could have just left me behind.
いや、そりゃ、だって、あれで虫とか男が廃るじゃねえか。女が困ってたら手を差し伸べてこそ真の男ってもんだし。戦国時代でも女を大切に扱った武将の逸話は多いからな。
Oh, he totally is. He wears his heart on his sleeve sometimes to a laughable fault. So true! So true! Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Dreamer. This guy's got it bad for her. Oh, Enomoto, are you a big history buff or something?
お、なんだ？お前も好きなのか？
I wouldn't say I'm into it, but I do have a passing interest in history.
ま、その辺の尺度は人それぞれだからな。ちなみに日本史と世界史どっちが好きだ？
Japanese, if I had to choose. I could never remember all the names from world history.
ああ、わかるわかる。カタカナばっかでむずいよな。俺も日本史、特に戦国時代が好きでさ。
Oh boy. I nodded along with his opinion in earnest agreement.
武将の生き様ときたら最高にしびれるぜ。織田信長、武田信玄、豊臣秀吉。
Enomoto cheerfully recounted the names of famous historical figures. As I listened, a sudden realization dawned upon me. The Sengoku period? Ah, is that why you wear an eye patch?
その様子だと気づいたみたいだな。そう、この眼帯、これこそかの有名な独眼竜伊達政宗公を俺がリスペクトしてる何よりの証。どうよ、最高にかっけえだろ。もうお前今笑った？今のは笑うとこじゃねえよ。
Yes, I did.
これ笑うなっての。俺は笑わせたくて言ってんじゃねえ。本気なんだぞ。っていうかどこに笑う部分あったよ。
I'm sorry, but it was cute.
なぜだ、なぜみんなこの話をすると笑ったり生温かい目になるんだ。
My laughter was surely because of Enomoto's personality, not because I was making fun of his fondness of history. And that's a good point, Dreamer, looking at all of history in context, looking at it as part of how we got to where we are today, and learning from it. That is what history is there for, is to learn from, so that we don't repeat it.
後にも先にも柳先輩だけだぜ。黙って俺の話を聞いてくれたのはさ。
Well, hello there, heavyweight. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. Hope your weekend is going well. We're playing some Collar X Malice today for our last Saturdays of Spooktober. And we are solving some mysteries that are all connected. And so trying to figure out where the bad guys are, because we know who they are. We're trying to figure out, like, or at least we have a group name. We're trying to figure out who all is part of this group and how everything is all connected. Well, I'm glad you did. I am so glad you did. What are you up to this weekend? Yeah, that's a good way to put it, is quote-unquote freedom fighters who think they know the best for Japan. I'm going to assume that was probably because he wasn't sure how to react.
いいよ別に。女にこのロマンがわかるかっつうの。
Oh, but I don't think, or I do think the way people lived was rather dramatic. And they left us many wise sayings and teachings. We can learn a lot from them.
言うじゃん。でも内心呆れてんじゃねえの？タケルにも散々バカにされたしな。
I'm not shocked. I think it's wonderful that you're so passionate about history. I don't know very much history, so please, tell me some more next time. Oh yay! Cleaning and then trying to get some family time in once the wife comes back from vacation. That's awesome! I hope she had a great vacation. How much cleaning is there to do? My most recent cleaning project? Right back there. Getting everything in my don't know where else to put it corner into totes. And then I've got my travel corner down here, because my stuff that I use when I do house sitting, vacations, etc., it all kind of stays over there, so that way it's all easily accessible. Oh no, about 4 hours worth or so? Oh boy. I hope that goes well. And hello, flashback to short about students making their hero say that his food was quite cool. Well, I hope it doesn't take all 4 of those hours and that you're able to finish up earlier than you think you might.
気が向いたらな。
Although Enomoto's reply was curt, he definitely seemed happier. And I was happy that he decided to meet me halfway. Although he told me to get down once we were at the office, Enomoto continued up the stairs with me on his back.
Yoshi, 到着っと。俺消毒液と絆創膏を持ってくるな。
Yeah, she fell and then scraped up her knee, so he took her over to a place where she could get that all taken care of. Oh, a football game on Thursday night and then a daddy-daughter date last night. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. I love that. I hope that all went so well. What were some highlights? Putting me down on the sofa, Enomoto quickly went deeper into the room. I forgot to thank him.
昨日とはえらい違いだな。
Sazazuka had been watching us. His eyes widened slightly.
待たせたな、星野。さあ、これを使え。
Enomoto rushed back over to me with a first aid kit. Thank you. I disinfected the wound and put a bandage on it. I finally sighed.
大丈夫か
It's just a little scrape. It'll be fine. More importantly, thank you for carrying me all the way.
おおういいよ礼なんて元はといえば俺のせいだし
Is he being bashful? Seeing Enomoto look away, I smiled softly.
で
Right? How long has he been in the shadows? How long has he been watching? Did he, like, follow them all the way? Just as the mood was finally calm, Sasazuka interrupted it. Ah, I'm sorry for making you wait. You called me here because...
焼死事件についてに決まってんだろ。知ってること話せ。
Well, I knew it'd be about that. I was getting accustomed to Sasazuka's brusque manner. I didn't go to the scene today, but the information I got from Sakuragawa said...
なるほどな。昨日は8月、今日は7月の事件に関わりがあると。
I'm concerned about that too. They also seem to be somewhat sudden crimes.
そうそう俺も全く同じこと思ってた気になるよな
ろくに考えねえで周りに合わせてんのがバレバレなんだよ、バカが。
なんだよ考えなしでも直感で気になったっていいだろ
Normally, Yanagi would intervene here to calm Enomoto down. Where's Yanagi today?
捜査に出たっきり帰ってきてない。あの人のことだし、足で情報を集めてんだろ。
I see. It must be difficult to investigate after quitting the police. As I was sympathizing with Yanagi, Sasazuka snorted at me in derision.
毒仕込まれた首輪をつけられてる割に、ずいぶん落ち着いてんな。
Eh?
お前ってさ、本気で事件解決する気あんの？
Of course I am.
どうだか。もっと死ぬ気で捜査しねえと、そこにいるお偉い犯罪者様に殺されるぞ。
Both Shiraishi and Sasazuka now. Why is everyone feeling the need to remind me of the collar? It wasn't as if I didn't think about it. I could feel the cool metal of the collar with every heartbeat, and it always brought me down.
首輪についてはさあんま触れない方がいいんじゃね
Thank you!
もし好きでやられたんじゃねえならこいつだって怖いだろうし
Surprisingly, Enomoto suddenly stood up in my defense. But Sasazuka only directed his caustic gaze at him and sighed disdainfully.
アドニスに繋がるかもしんねえやつを一番嫌ってたのはどこのドイツだ？
それは変わんねえよこいつの疑惑が晴れたわけでもないけどわざわざ首輪のこと挑発する必要だってねえはずだろ
That's a good point. That's a very good point, Enomoto. And I think he does, Dreamer. I really think he does at this moment. Maybe that'll change the more we get to know him, but right now I'm definitely inclined to agree with you.
他人にかまけてる暇あるのかよ。自分の捜査全く進展してねえくせに。
それは
Enomoto looked down, chewing his lip. Watching him, Sasazuka clicked his tongue.
だんまりかよ。お前何のためにここにいるわけ？起訴をやめたのも事件を追うためだろ。だったら、そのために動いてみせろよ。
Excuse me. Enomoto opened his mouth as if to retort, but then hung his head helplessly again. Why doesn't he say anything? I resisted the impulse to ask the obvious question. Though we were working on the same cases, I still didn't know why Enomoto had decided to investigate them. When I had asked him before, he said he didn't trust me and then dashed away at full speed. But he carried me all the way here after I fell. Uh-oh. Hold on. Alrighty, sounds good, Heavyweight. You enjoy that music and hope it helps you with all the cleaning, and you have a blessed weekend as well. Hope the wife gets back safely from her vacation, and God bless. Give me just a second, guys. I gotta find out why. Okay, there we go. And then I'm gonna go ahead and move this over there. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Just some stuff sitting on the cords, making it where it wasn't sitting where it needed to. Even if his doubts had created a gap between us, he seemed like someone who was kind enough not to ignore a person in need. Someone like him had quit the police to pursue this complex string of crimes. He had to have good reasons. Sasazuka. I hesitantly spoke up. I just became partners with Enomoto, and I don't know him very well. But if he quit the police to chase this, I think he had to have his reasons. And you must know them too. But if you're criticizing him just because he hasn't shown results yet, so isn't any progress better than none?
バカ猫の分際で言ってくれんじゃねえか。
He glared at me and I tensed up in fear, but I couldn't back down.
まあ逃げ回ってばっかで自分の意見もろくに言えねえやつよりはマシか。
Sorry, Enomoto, I meant that for Sasazuka. Sasazuka, still glaring at Enomoto, gave him an indecipherable look and continued.
バカ猫の言う通りだな。俺が何か言ったところで何も変わらねえ。お前がいつまでも立ち止まってる限りな。そこにいるだけじゃ無意味なんだよ。
With that last remark, he picked up his notebook, computer, and left the office.
そんなの俺だって分かってんだよ。
Enomoto muttered to himself. He seemed terribly depressed. Unsure whether I should continue down this topic, I didn't know what to say to Enomoto. In the end, we were both cowed by Sasazuka's words and decided to leave the office. Once I'd calmed down, I remembered the things that I'd blurted out. Enomoto, I'm sorry for being so presumptuous to Sasazuka.
いや、お前が謝ることねえよ。むしろ、あんな形でかばわれるとは思わなかった。
We both walked for a while, ending up at the front of the train station. Am I imagining things? Has Enomoto been glancing over at me for a while now? Is there something on my face?
ああ、違う違う。そうじゃなくてよ。ここで会った時、あくびしてたなって。
Please forget what you saw.
そんなに恥ずかしがることねえだろ。 いろんな事件が立て続けに起こってんだ。精神的にも肉体的にも疲れてんだから無理ねえよ。
Enomoto surprised me. I thought he would laugh at me.
でさ、そんな状態でタケルの毒舌攻撃なんか食らったら、そりゃひとたまりもねえっつうか、気を落とすのが普通だと思うぜ。俺をかばっちまったから余計睨まれてたし、あいつ気遣いとか知らねえから。
Seeing Enomoto's pained expression, I couldn't help but give him a bitter smile. I chose to do that myself. Besides, I still haven't lost hope or heart yet. I'm going to put my all into standing up to Adonis from now on.
お前って強いんだな、いろいろ。
But what's that supposed to mean? I feel like you're making fun of me.
してねえよ。よし、英気を養うためにこの峰夫様が飯をおごってやろう。
Eh? Now?
いいからいいから、これぞ兵は神速を尊ぶってやつだ。
Good afternoon, Rusty. How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend. I don't think that's what the saying means.
いいんだよ。こういうのはノリと雰囲気が大事なんだ。
It was amusing to see Enomoto attempting to sagely wave a fan in the heart of winter. I see. An army marches on its stomach, does it?
そうだ。戦の前の腹ごしらえは基本中の基本だ。遠慮せず、たらふく食え。
Then I will take you up on that offer.
苦しゅうない。じゃあ早速行こうか。
Okazaki, where did you come from? Okazaki?
こんばんは、猫さん。俺も仕事が終わってお腹が減ってたんだ。峰夫くんがおごってくれるなんてラッキーだね。
He never said anything about that. I loved his reaction too, Dreamer.
いやいやいや、誰もお前にまでおごるなんて言ってねえけど。てか、まずどっから出てきたんだよ、お前は。気配もなく近づいてくんな、忍者か。
I have the same question.
細かいことを気にする男はモテないよ。
モテないだと。いいだろう。だったら存分に味わわせてやるよ。この榎本峰夫様の懐の深さ、細かいことをスルーする生き様をな。
やった。ここ数日あんまり食べてなかったからたくさん食べようっと。
A few days?
なんだって。財布。
Now he cares.
札はある。しかし1000円札。ギリ5000円あるかないかか。
Men who sweat the details aren't popular, looks at the news. Well, all by myself. Yeah, I mean, that's part of why I avoid the news, is at least as much as I can, because there's just so much negativity in the world, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just try and we can look and kind of skim. Which is why if I do look at the news, I look at news websites versus watching it whenever possible, because I have more control over that, over what I read. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, hey, to me, I enjoy hanging out with you, Dreamer. To me, you are cool. Should I chip in?
いや、男に二言はない。お前は気にすんな。
You're very welcome. Are we going to be okay?
ねえ、早く行こうよ。ステーキが俺を呼んでるんだ。
Oh, of course he would choose steak.
はあ？ステーキだと？いやいや、待て待て、落ち着け。今日はあれだ、肉は危ない。
Oh no! Spider on my headphones! West! Good morning, good morning! Probably afternoon where you are. Good afternoon! How you doing? Dangerous?
そういうことで、今日は俺の行きつけの店に行くからな。反論は許さねえぞ。ノーモア贅沢だ。
I hand you caffeinated beverage of your choice. I totally get it. I have those days for just like a few, you know, like there are just moments where I'm like, oh man, I just exist right now. I'm so tired, I just exist. I've been there. I assumed it was someplace cheap and followed Enomoto. At least I've learned a little bit about the kind of person Enomoto is.
お前がいつまでも立ち止まってる限りな。そこにいるだけじゃ無意味なんだよ。
Based on the way Sazazuka phrased it, something must have happened in the past. Maybe Enomoto would tell me about it someday, if not now. I hope we'll have more mutual trust as partners by then. That's what I was hoping for, at least. The police. Belief in justice. Rejection of evil. A wish to put the other's needs before yours. A desire to save others. I chose this path because I believed in that. I never turned back. I had always looked straight ahead. So how did I end up here? Where had I taken a wrong turn? All I knew for sure was that I had been foolish to be so blindly devoted. Now I was trapped in cold reality. My fleeting dreams vanished into thin air. I have no idea how far I will fall. All I can do now is await judgment. Oh boy, we finished. All right, so now the question is, we finished chapter 1 and we're going into chapter 2. Soul, you know a little bit more about how long these chapters will take? If I go until about noon, do you think we'll have finished by then? Do you think we'll have finished up this chapter by then? That's about an hour and 20. All of that was just chapter 1. We're starting up chapter 2. We've got about an hour 20 until noon, and that is the absolute latest I can go today is noon. So I don't know what our plan is from here. Because that all depends on how long chapter 2 is. Okay, cool. Then we'll get started. It's here, right? I stopped in front of a room. Field Operations Team 2. It was a department that worked with forensics and detectives, mainly for preliminary investigations for assault, homicide, and other heinous crimes. Of course the X-Day crimes were in their domain. It's Enomoto's former team, too. I felt terribly out of place in this area as an SRCPO officer. That was because... "30 minutes ago, while eating lunch, I got a call from Sakuragawa. Has Sakuragawa learned something new about the incident?" I excitedly picked up the phone.
昼飯中だったら悪いけど、ちょっと急ぎで鑑識まで来て。
Sakuragawa? Hello? Sakuragawa hung up without waiting for me to give her a reply. I don't understand, but this is no time for me to be enjoying lunch. I quickly scarfed down the rest of my food and headed to forensics. Wow, this looks hectic. The investigators seem to be getting ready to head out to a crime scene. I might not be able to speak with Sakuragawa. Thinking that, I looked for her.
Hoshino.
Sakuragawa wove her way through the people coming and going and greeted me.
あんたに頼まれてた佐竹さんとの仲介さ。本当はこれから会わせようと思ってたんだ。なのに、どっかのバカのせいでこのありさまだよ。
Could it be another X-Day?
窃盗事件だから多分違うよ。そんなわけで、私は付き合えないんだけど。
This looks hectic. I know, the scenery looks more dead than usual.
佐竹さんには4月と5月の事件を知りたがってる子がいるって伝えといたから。特防として治安維持における情報の共有って名目でね。一応あんたとあの事務所の関係は黙ったままにしてあるからさ。佐竹さんと実際会ってどこまで明かすかはあんたが決めな。
So you're saying...
話は通してあるからあんた一人で会いに行きなってこと。昼休み中にね。
What? But that's too sudden.
どうせなら早い方がいいでしょ。相手は佐竹さんだし、悪いようにはしないよ。
But...
桜川、出るぞ。
Sounds good, Soul. Thank you.
了解。じゃあ星野、あとは自力で何とかしな。
Yeah, she does look kinda tired, doesn't she? With that, Sakuragawa left, tugging along her work equipment. Because she told me that, I hurried over, thinking that I couldn't hesitate. But now that I was here, I was nervous. Sakuragawa told me that he wouldn't trust me badly, or treat me badly, but I'm about to go and meet a veteran detective. They're very busy in field ops, so I'm stunned that he managed to make time for me. I timidly hovered by the door, but my lunch break was winding down. Okay, let's do this. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Excuse me. As soon as I entered, several men who looked like field ops detectives sharply turned their attention towards me. Slightly intimidated by all their gazes, I stumbled over my words. I'm Ichika Hoshino from Special Regions Crime Prevention, local office. Is Mr. Kenzo Satake currently present at this time? I raised my voice more than I usually did. Probably because I was nervous. The room fell silent, but the next moment...
元気がいいな、特防は。
The men erupted into bright laughter, and their laughs echoed throughout the room.
威勢が良くていいじゃないですか。彼女、うちに向いてますよ。
そうだな。人事に掛け合っとくか。
いいですね。なんせうちはむさ苦しい。彼女みたいな子が一人でもいれば仕事にも張り合いが出ますしね。
何言ってんだ。うちで一番むさ苦しい顔してるくせに。
いやいや、先輩のおっさん臭さにはかないませんよ。
Oh gosh. I awkwardly stood there. Then a voice suddenly called out from the back.
おい、お嬢ちゃん、こっちに来てくれねえか。
I think we are. I think you're right. I hurried over to the owner of the voice, who pulled me from the ocean of awkwardness. An older, wiry man was waiting for me. Could this be...
俺が佐竹健三だ。桜川から話は聞いてるぜ。
His gentle smile immediately soothed away all my anxiety. I'm Ichika Hoshino from the Special Regions Crime Prevention Office, local office. I'm terribly sorry for taking up your time during such a busy day.
いやー、こいつは驚いた。桜川の知り合いって聞いて、てっきり男っぽいのを想像してたんだが、それがまさかこんな礼儀正しいお嬢ちゃんだとはな。ほら、桜川はあんな性格だろ。女友達がいるのかちょいと心配してたんだよ。あ、くれぐれもこの話は桜川にしないでくれよ。またうざいって言われちまう。
Maybe, dreamer.
佐竹さん、そんなの今更じゃないですか。
そうそう、新宿署の父ちゃん、いやじいちゃんでしたっけ。
おい、勝手に人をじじい扱いすんな。まだ俺は現役バリバリだぞ。
うわー、もうその表現古いですって。
うるせえなったく。ああ、ここは騒がしくていけねえや。お嬢ちゃん、ちょっと上に出ねえか。
Alright.
佐竹さんが若い女の子と密会しようとしてる。
Oh gosh.
あのな、これも仕事のうちだっての。俺がいないからってサボるなよ。
分かってますって。雷落とされたくないですし。
Yep, that's exactly what he's saying.
ごゆっくり。
Alrighty, dreamer. See you later.
騒がしい連中ですまねえな、お嬢ちゃん。
Not at all. This is different than what I imagined. Satake and the other detectives were approachable despite their intimidating air. Their cheerfulness bore a close resemblance to Enomoto's style. I followed Satake up to the roof, where I was immediately assaulted by the winter chill.
悪いな、お嬢ちゃん。ちょいと寒いだろうが我慢してくれ。
Please don't mind me, but the way you keep addressing me.
お、気になるか。俺からしたら若いもんはみんなお嬢ちゃんか坊主だからな。
When Satake said that with an ear-to-ear grin, I couldn't help but smile back. It's just a little embarrassing to be called that at my age. But I know you're just saying it to be friendly, so I don't mind.
そいつはよかった。ああ、そうそう。ちょいと一服しても構わねえか？
Not at all. Satake took a cigarette out of his pocket and put it to his lips.
どうにも息抜きにはこいつが必要でな。ちまちま喫煙所で吸うよりかはこっちの方がのんびりできていい。
While watching Satake take a puff of his cigarette, I considered how to approach the topic. This is my first time talking to someone in the police while hiding my X-Day investigation.
君は肝心なことを忘れてる。ここにもう一人いること。署内で聞き込みもいいけど、意見を求められた時どう答えるかちゃんと考えて発言しないと殺されちゃうかもしれないよ。
How he can say that with a smile on his face. As Shiraishi's pointed advice said, a small slip of the tongue could endanger my life. How could I ask and make it sound natural? The more I pondered it, the drier my throat felt.
ひょっとしてお嬢ちゃんも緊張してるのか?
Eh? I was worried that my silence was suspicious, but Satake was giving me a toothy grin.
いや、実は俺もお嬢ちゃんみたいなこと話すのなんざ久しぶりでな。ほら、うちは男状態だろ。ああいう環境に染まりきってるから怖がらせちまったんじゃないかと思ってな。
Not at all, sir. On the contrary, I'm glad you're easy to talk to.
お、嬉しいこと言ってくれるね。桜川やうちの連中と来たら口やかましいだの親父だの好き放題言うもんだからよ。そんな風に言われたのは久々だが悪い気はしねえな。このままなんてことない話に花を咲かせたい気もするが、ぼちぼち本題に入るとするか。
Let's get down to business to defeat Adonis. I straightened my back as Satake turned to me.
4月5月の X デー事件について特報としていろいろ聞きたいってことだったな。
Yes.
桜川に話を持ちかけられた時から気にはなっていたんだが、ひょっとして特報は関係ないんじゃねえか?
I was startled that he hit bullseye immediately, but I couldn't give that away.
その様子だと図星か。
Oh,
隠そうとしても無駄だぜ、お嬢ちゃん。こっちとら爆発を踏んでるんだ。
His voice was quiet, but his words bore a lot of gravity. Before that, No matter how careful I was, he'd see through any deception I could throw together. He was a detective with a wealth of experience. A sloppy lie wouldn't work on him. If I lose his trust now, I could lose my chance to learn anything about the X-Day crimes. Thank you! Because if he could see right away, my thought process without saying it aloud in that moment was exactly what she said. If I start trying to lie, it's gonna be like Junior Asparagus and the fib. And the fib is going to grow, and I'm not gonna be able to dig my way out. Satake didn't press me for more. In fact, he seemed to be observing me. I have to hide the collar and come up with a valid reason. Making up my mind, I answered. Ah, that's a fair point there, Soul. That is a very valid and fair point. As you stated, the reason I'm here to see you today has nothing to do with SRCPO. It's for a different reason. What I'd call a greater reason.
大きな理由ね。
Satake examined me with sharp eyes. Of course he'd be wary after I lied to him once already. I braced myself for this do-or-die moment and carefully picked my words. I'm actually working with a certain group of individuals to investigate the X-Day crimes. Yes, they operate outside the police force and are investigating X-Day independently. Sakuragawa is acquainted with them. When I told her that I wanted to research the crimes, she introduced me to you.
X デー事件の捜査は特防の仕事じゃねえよな。
No, but as long as they remain unsolved, the lives of Shinjuku citizens are under constant threat. I know that these cases can't be solved just by my efforts alone. But who's committing these acts, and why are they doing so? I want to know the truth behind it all. Alrighty, ad break here in just a minute. We'll make sure to go to BRB for them.
なるほどな。
Some of what I said wasn't exactly truthful, but the X-Day crimes were a personal issue to me. Maybe that's why Satake had believed me. If I assume that he's heard enough from Sakuragawa to know my story matches... The people who introduced me to her are at a certain detective agency.
待った。ひょっとしてそいつは榎本峰夫のいる場所じゃねえか？
Yes, that's correct.
ああ、そうか。榎本が絡んでたってわけか。道理で俺みてえな子さんがわざわざ選ばれたわけだ。
Satake rubbed his jaw and then nodded at me approvingly. It makes a lot of sense that he'd know where Enomoto went off to. Alright, BRB screen. And we're back. Thank you guys for sitting through those ads. It makes a lot of sense that he'd know where Enomoto went off to after he quit the police force. But Satake had visibly reacted when I said the phrase detective agency. That seemed to strongly indicate that Satake was concerned about Enomoto.
なあ、お嬢ちゃん。榎本は今も事件を追ってんのか？
Eh? I was confused at the sadness in his expression as he asks the question. He's asking if Enomoto's still investigating. I've just started working with him recently, so I don't really know. But he didn't seem very enthusiastic about the investigation. Since I'm also researching the April and May cases, we're currently partners.
そうか。
But his lack of enthusiasm might be because he hasn't accepted me yet. I'm fundamentally lacking in experience, and I don't know if I can help much in a fight. It was depressing to say it, but it was definitely the truth. I'm doing my best so that he'll acknowledge me, but it doesn't seem to be going very well. I smiled bitterly as I stated my feelings. Satake raised an eyebrow.
そりゃ、お嬢ちゃんのせいじゃねえよ。
It's not? Satake put out his cigarette in a portable ashtray and looked at me.
事件のことを知りたがる理由ってのが生半可なもんなら突っぱねようと思ってたが、あいつが関わってるなら話は別だ。4月と5月の事件について教えてやるよ。それから榎本についてもな。
Satake's face was serious. I nodded. Please do.
Tadaima. あれ今日タケルは
今日はまだ来てない。榎本、それは？
ああ、これっすか？インスタントのご当地ラーメンです。スーパーで全国の売ってるの見つけて買ってきたんですよ。パッケージからして超うまそうなんだよな。
そうだな。
いつも飯は柳先輩に頼り切っちゃってるし、今日はこれ俺が作りますから。よーし、じゃあ榎本峰夫様特製職人顔負けのラーメンを。
榎本、
はい。
捜査の方はどうだ？
ぼちぼちっす。
後ろめたいことがないならちゃんと俺の目を見て話せ。
別に後ろめたいことなんてないですけど。ほら俺星野の面倒も見ないといけないし、だから忙しくて。
本当にそれが理由か？
すみません、言い訳です。
お前がただ無意な時間を過ごしているわけじゃないのは分かってる。だが時間は有限だ。時間をかけて解決する問題ならいいが、そうじゃないのはお前も分かっているだろう。
はい。
お前の恐怖を俺が拭ってやることはできない。ただ
柳先輩、
笹塚も気にしていたからな。何かあったら遠慮なく俺たちを頼っていい。
ありがとうございます。俺買い忘れたものがあったんで外出てきます。
Aw, that was a cute little scene. After I patiently waited for a little bit, Satake managed to secure an empty interview room for us.
まあかけてくれよ。
Yes, excuse me.
にしても人の縁ってのは不思議なもんだ。こうやってあいつの話をすることになるとはな。榎本、あいつ面白いやつだろ。身なりからしてとっぴで派手でよ。
He told me that his eye patch is a sign of respect for Date Masamune.
そうそう、警察官だってのに何考えてんだって話だよな。
Right? Cute with an undertone of sadness, for sure. I did too, actually. But then he got pouty.
変わってねえな、あいつは。奇想の一員だってのに、いい意味でバカで。放っておいても一人で騒ぐし、そのくせ変なとこで気遣いだったりしてよ。
Once his mind is set on something, he just can't leave it be.
そうなんだよ。考えるより先に行動しちまう典型的なタイプだな。
Satake's eyes seemed very kind as he spoke about Enomoto, like those of a father boasting about his son. Maybe while Enomoto was in field ops, they were close enough to feel like family. I recalled the bright and cozy atmosphere when I visited field ops.
俺から見てもあいつはいい警察官だった。誰よりも正義に燃えて、どんな小さなことも見過ごさないよう常に心がけてて、誇りを持ってこの仕事をしてたんだ。
We were both investigating the X-Day cases from April and May, but I had never seen Enomoto put any serious effort into it. It had been bothering me, but I didn't know if I should mention it. What happened to Enomoto? I yearned to find out. Maybe I could help, but we were only temporary partners.
さっき榎本が捜査に乗り気じゃねえって言ってたよな。
It didn't? You make it sound like it happened while he was in the police? But it clashed with what I'd heard about Enomoto while he was an officer.
あいつの気持ちを思えば、その理由もわからなくはないんだけどな。
Huh?
榎本はこの事件に関わるのが怖えんだよ。
だんまりかよ。お前何のためにここにいるわけ？起訴をやめたのも事件を追うためだろ。だったらそのために動いてみせろよ。
When that happened, he'd looked as if he was weighed down by some burden. Enomoto seems like someone who would have pursued the truth once. Is there some tragic event in his past that changed him somehow, so he's unable to do so anymore?
ああ、榎本にはこれぞ正義のあり方だと目標にしてた、憧れてたやつがいたんだ。名前は藤井優太。
Yuta Fuji? I gulped when I heard that familiar name. The only confirmed death in the May killings that was broadcast?
そうだ。藤井も明るいやつでな。後輩思いで正義感の強い男だった。そんな藤井を榎本も慕っていてな。傍から見たら二人は兄弟みてえに見えたもんだ。
峰夫、
お、藤井先輩、おはようございます。
お前また窃盗犯捕まえたんだって。やるじゃねえか。さすがうちのホープ様だな。
何言っちゃってんですか。おだてると調子乗りますよ。
いやマジでお前が現場に遭遇する頻度といったらさ、やっぱ勘がいいんだよ峰夫は。
そんなたまたまっすよ。ほんと偶然見回り中に出くわして。
忘れたのか。その偶然が大事だって前も言っただろ。
あ、そうっすよね。
お前にとってはただの偶然でも被害者にとっちゃ人生に関わるからな。
はい、先輩がいつも言ってるそれちゃんと忘れてません。
おお、偉い偉い。こうやってどんどん功績上げて峰夫もいつか俺を飛び越していくのかね。
え、俺が藤井先輩をそれはないない。
わかんねえぞ。お前が巣立つ日を思うとほんのちょっとだけ1ミリくらいは寂しい気持ちになるな。うん。
それしか寂しくないんですか。もっと寂しがってくださいよ。ていうか俺が追っかけるのはずっと先輩の背中ですから。今日の窃盗犯捕まえられたのだって先輩のおかげなんですよ。
え？なんでだよ。
先輩、常日頃から周囲に目を配れ、些細な違和感も見過ごすなって言ってくれてたじゃないですか。俺に偶然を与えてくれたのは先輩なんです。だから俺だけの手柄じゃないっす。
で、今日は何をおごってほしいんだ？
ステーキでっておごってほしいから言ったわけじゃないっすよ。
あ、でも俺の手柄でもあるんだったらお前のおごりでもいいわけだよな。
え？
よーし、今日はステーキか。
そりゃないっすよ先輩。
He was killed by Adonis. And it definitely wasn't an indiscriminate murder. He had been declared as one of 4 criminal police officers and judged accordingly. Enomoto looked up to Fuji because he believed in his righteousness. But from the public's point of view, Fuji certainly looked like a bad man. I couldn't imagine how Enomoto felt, or how shocked Enomoto felt. He had lost the man who was his moral compass.
4月の動画の解析が終わってねえ段階から榎本は拉致された一人が藤井だと断言してた。
藤井先輩ですよ、間違いない。俺が先輩を見間違えるなんてありえない。絶対それだけはない。佐竹さん、いたずらだとかのんきなこと言ってる場合じゃないですよ。今すぐ上に掛け合ってください。じゃなきゃ先輩が。
だが上層部はすぐに動かなかった。当時はまだアドニスって名も出てねえし、証拠はネットに流れた作りの荒い動画のみ。たちの悪いいたずらって可能性もあったからな。 それから藤井を含む新宿内の警察官と連絡が取れないことが分かって、初動捜査が遅れたのは致命的なミスだった。進展のないまま5月になって。
When the officers were executed on video.
ああ、もちろん身内が殺されて警察だって黙っちゃいねえ。皮肉なことにあれが流れたからこそ警察全体が捜査の方針を固めたからな。殺害現場を特定し犯人を捕らえる。
I've heard a little about the discovery of the body, but not much else. There was only the bloodstains of the other officers, aside from Fuji.
それを見つけたのは榎本だ。
Oh no.
映像解析も難航してる段階で、ひたすら自分の足であらゆる場所を回ってた。寝食を忘れて魂ごと削るような執念でな。本当にアドニスの仕業なら正直手遅れだろうって署内でささやかれても、あいつだけは一人諦めなかったんだ。当時のことは忘れられねえ。殺害の動画が流されたから5日後、生々しい血の匂いが充満する部屋の中で榎本は死人みてえな面をしてた。榎本、
出たよ。なんて。
気持ちはわかるが現場保存だ。榎本、できるな。
嘘。
榎本、
嘘だろ。嘘だ。認めねえ。絶対に許さねえ。
I know. Okay.
それからの榎本は犯人に対する憎悪に突き動かされてるみてえだった。あのおちゃらけた明るいバカが嘘みてえになりを潜めちまってな。俺や気象の連中の言葉も聞き入れず捜査にのめり込んでたんだが、7月も目前って時に辞表を出しやがった。
During the middle of the investigation?
兆候が全くなかったわけじゃねえ。藤井殺害の背景を調べていくうちに少しずつあいつは変わっていった。どういうわけかあれだけ強烈だった熱意や怒りが消えちまってな。藤井の仇を取るんじゃなかったのかって聞いたら、あいつは無理して笑ってこう言ったんだ。
何言ってんですか、佐竹さん。俺は諦めたわけじゃないですよ。諦めるわけないじゃないですか。
そしてあいつは警察を辞めた。
Enomoto acted like the office's mood maker, but I'd never guessed that his past was like this. After all, he laughed all the time.
事件当時のことで俺が語れるのはこれくらいだな。あの事件を紐解きたいってんなら榎本の存在を抜きには語れねえ。あいつは格好をつけたがるからな。なかなか話そうとしねえだろうが、あいつの本音を引き出すために今の話を切り出すなら俺のせいにしとけ。なんで知ってんのか警戒されるだろうからな。
No, I'm the one that asked you for all this information.
気にすることはない。年寄りは話好きなんだ。
I love that he has a New York, like kind of that New York, forget about it. But oh man. Oh, wow. That was intense. The voice acting, the drawings. I never would have imagined he was the one to find him.
俺は直接手を貸してやれねえが、榎本はまだあの事件に対する思いが残ってるはずなんだ。こんなことを言うのは筋違いかもしれねえ。だが、それでも言わせてくれ。お嬢ちゃん、榎本を頼む。
Yeah. Satake bowed to me. Enomoto doesn't trust people anymore because of Fuji's death. It hurts to be betrayed by someone you trust. So maybe he thought he was better off not placing his trust in anyone. But that's just too sad. I haven't been very helpful yet, and he hasn't acknowledged me. But I'll show Enomoto that I can be a partner that has his back. It really is. That was a definite gold star to them. That was definitely like, wow. Between the voice acting, the translation, the art, the music, everything worked together to get that exact raw emotion. Oh, man. I declared my determination, and Satake stared at me, taken aback. Then...
うまくいきゃなかなかの名コンビになりそうだ。
He would go
お嬢ちゃんが
there.
榎本とつながってると聞いて、こいつはひょっとしたらと思ったが、話してよかった。お嬢ちゃんなら自分の殻に閉じこもってる榎本をどうにかしてくれそうだ。
Satake handed me a note with his contact information written on it.
気に
He
なると
really
きは
does.
あとは榎本に急を据えてほしいときは連絡してくれ。俺がガツンとげんこつかましてやっからよ。
Okay. That was tense, but I'm glad that I was able to get Satake to talk. I'd finally taken a step towards discovering the truth. May, victim, has been added to materials. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. I bowed to Satake and watched him leave. I quickly wrapped up all my SRCPO work and went to gather information at the abandoned building where Fuji's body was found. However, it had been over 6 months since the murder, and attacks were now happening all over Shinjuku. It made sense that I didn't learn anything which other investigations hadn't already uncovered. But this is all I can do right now. I contemplated whether speaking to Enomoto would be helpful. That's how I ended up doing this research. Enomoto might not want to go and check out the scene himself, so I have to gather that intel here. In any case, I had to act. Then, someone called my name.
星野
Eh? When I turned, I saw Yanagi. Ah, thank you for your hard work.
ああ、ここにいるということは
Yes, I'm gathering information on the cases. What about you?
俺は別の現場を見てきたところだ。
Not a lot of foot traffic comes through this area. I'll be fine on my own.
聞き込みの人手は大いに越したことはないだろう。連絡しにくいなら俺が
Please don't call him. I didn't mean to raise my voice, and I quickly looked down. I'm sorry, but I really will be fine.
まるであいつをここに来させたくないみたいだな。その様子だとお前の担当してる事件に榎本が関係してることを知ったんじゃないか。
Whew. I hung my head. He had seen right through me, just like Satake had. Am I that easy to read?
まあ、そうだな。榎本ほどではないが。
That doesn't make me feel better. He really is sharp. He laughed. That was a slight surprise. I had never really seen Yanagi laugh before. As you noticed, I heard about Enomoto from Detective Satake.
そうか。佐竹さんは榎本のことをかなり気にしていたからな。
A little while ago, Sasazuka scolded Enomoto for not investigating the cases. It had been nagging me since then, but I'd never imagined he had that kind of a past. I'm Enomoto's partner. I have to help him when he's suffering. Yanagi?
ああ、いや。榎本のパートナーになったのがお前でよかったと思ってな。佐竹さんはあいつが警察を辞めてからのことは話したか？
No, he didn't.
お前がパートナーである榎本のことを知りたいなら。
Yanagi looked straight into my eyes. It felt like he was sizing up my conviction to know the truth. Please, tell me.
わかった。立ち話もなんだからな。事務所に来てくれ。
Understood. Enomoto wasn't at the office, and Sasazuka was working on something at his own seat.
飲み物を入れてくる。座って待っててくれ。
Okay. What happened after he quit the police? Huh. Satake had said that Enomoto quit the police when his passion for investigation faded. But he still had strong feelings about the murders.
待たせたな。
Yanagi set a cup of hot cocoa down on the table and sat across from me.
俺も捜査一課にいた頃、佐竹さんには世話になっていたんだ。と言っても、警察を辞めてからは会うこともなかったんだが、どうやって嗅ぎつけたのか、俺が X デイ事件を単独捜査していると聞いて、頼みがあると言われたんだ。
A favor? You mean...
まあ、ある男の面倒を見てやってほしい。あいつは必ず役に立つと言われる。
役に立つどころか今じゃお荷物になってるけどな。バカ猫の方が動く分まだマシだ。
Gib slap! Sasazuka interrupted with a characteristically ruthless critique of Enomoto.
俺と榎本はもともと警察在職時代から交流があってな。知らないやつでもないし、やる気があるならと引き受けたんだが、榎本は確かに事件に踏み込めないでいる。ただ完全に逃げているわけでもないんだ。未練があるからこそまだここにいる。そうでなければ俺の
I'd thought that I would pursue the cases on my own, now that I knew Enomoto's past. But once I heard the whole story, I began to doubt my decision to avoid reopening old wounds. Even if it pained him, a part of Enomoto still wanted to face the truth. As his partner, what can I do?
星野、お前にできることが何かを模索するのも大事だが、お前がどうしたいのかもきっと同じように大切だと思う。
What I want to do? Yanagi and Sasazuka both left the office to investigate something, leaving me by myself. What should I do? Satake had said that Enomoto was afraid of becoming involved with the murders, but so was I. Even though I decided to join this investigation, the fear of death hounds me even now. A mistake or a slip of the tongue could get me killed. I don't want to die. There were still so many things I wanted to try. I didn't want my life to end here. What's the difference between Enomoto and I? I was new to the police. I didn't really excel at anything, and I didn't have any achievements to be particularly proud of. And I was facing Adonis, a terrorist organization, but still. I'll stand up to them. I don't want to give up. No matter how desperate the situation was, giving up would mean the end. As long as I struggled, I could still do this. I was still more hopeful than resignation. Or than resigned. Hey, how's it going, Laura? How you feeling? Enomoto is here because he doesn't want to give up either. I wonder if we can fight side by side as partners. While I was thinking that, the door suddenly opened.
夜は冷え込むなーっと。けど、もやしが半額で買えたのは得したぜ。
Discounted bean sprouts!
柳先輩、これで今日のラーメンはもやし祭り。
Oh no, no worries at all, Laura. No worries at all. In fact, hyperness is exactly what we need. I'm glad you're feeling better. What are you up to today?
星野、なんでここにいんだよ。お前の分のラーメンはねえぞ。
That's fine. I didn't come here to have any anyway. Or any ramen. Wait, so while we were talking about him, this whole time, he... Ooh, that'll be fun to visit a friend later. What are you guys gonna do?
なんだよ、怖い顔して。今夜は、峰夫様特製のラーメンを柳先輩に振る舞おうとだな。つか、誰もいねえのか？
If you mean Yanagi and Sasazuka, they went out on an investigation a bit ago. Ooh, Monopoly! I love Monopoly. I haven't played it in so long, but I absolutely love it.
マジかよ。せっかくこんなにもやし買ってきたのに。
I didn't really understand why, but Enomoto looked depressed as he clutched the supermarket bag. He seemed like a cheerful person before, but now... I couldn't help but feel that there was something still burning in his heart.
まあいいや、冷蔵庫に入れとこう。
Watching him trudge over to the refrigerator, I steeled myself and spoke to Enomoto. Oh, you use that's your usual go-to game. Okay. And then, yeah, I can understand not wanting to visit her when you're feeling under the weather. I'm glad you're feeling well enough today to go ahead and go and visit her. How far away is she? Is she pretty close? Kind of far away? Actually, today I talked to Detective Satake, Satake and Yanagi about you. Enomoto stopped in his tracks and clumsily turned around. Oh, it wasn't like I was trying to pry into your past. I had Sakuragawa introduce me to someone who was familiar with the April and May murders, and that led me to Satake. Oh, that's nice. A 10-minute walk isn't all that bad. Even if it was inevitable, he could be angry at me for snooping in his private affairs. If I handled this poorly, he could reject me even more than he was before.
そっか。まあ、佐竹さんじゃ仕方ねえな。
え？
当時のこと聞くなら佐竹さんが適任だし、桜川さんの紹介なら当然そこに行くよな。お前があの事件を追ってなったら、いつか俺との関わりも知るだろうと思ってたし。
Really?
どこまで聞いたんだ？でも、あの人のことだから話すなら全部か。
I don't know if I learned everything. I heard about your relationship to the victim, Fuji, and about the way you behaved.
余計なことまで喋ってそうだ
Aw, that's such a cute emote. I love it. I love it. He's awfully calm?
聞いたんならわかるだろ。俺は逃げてんだよ。ダセえだろ。
No, not at all. No, that was wrong. Enomoto's usual stout-hearted demeanor was now hidden under a self-deprecating smile.
先輩が
Absolutely, go for it.
裏でやってたことがバラされて、その挙句に殺されて。最初はさ、先輩の無実を証明するっつって、俺なりに必死で頑張ったんだぜ。あの人が不祥事だの裏で悪事だ。絶対そんなことするわけねえって。なんかの間違いだって。
Oh, those are all so cute. I love it. I love these.
けど、調べれば調べるほど、先輩の罪が事実で揺るがねえってことを突きつけられるだけだった。
Enomoto.
藤井先輩はさ、すっげえかっこよくて、誰よりも熱くて、自分の正義を持ってる人で、俺の正義そのものだったんだ。
In that voice, longing for the past, I could hear indescribable regret.
でも先輩は悪として殺された。
Enomoto whispered in an emotionless voice.
俺は先輩を殺した奴を絶対許さねえ。でも俺にとっての正義はどこにあるのか分かんなくなっちまった。
Enomoto looked lost. He cast his eyes downward. To Enomoto, justice was something he had created for himself to uphold, and now it was the source of his pain. Justice. I don't mind if you take advantage of me, not if it helps us protect the citizenry of Shinjuku. That's my idea of justice.
そっか。それが。
Perhaps he had looked so depressed back then because of his fixation on the idea of justice.
つうことで、納得しただろ?
Huh? When I looked back up at Enomoto, he was rummaging around in the refrigerator. He closed the door. His voice was cheery, but he wore a pained smile.
俺と一緒に捜査したいなんて思っても、時間の無駄だって話。俺に期待するだけ無駄。お前にいろいろ偉そうなこと言ったけどよ。悪かったな。結局こんなんで。
Wait, what are you...
柳先輩に相談すりゃ力貸してくれるだろう。他の事件を追うことにしてもいいわけだしな。
Oh, Enomoto. Enomoto, listen to me.
だから、もう俺のことはほっとけ。
Alright, give him some time to process. Give him some time to process and try again later. Enomoto finished in a low voice and left the room with an air of finality. I couldn't say anything to stop him. It wasn't my intention to put him through such pain. Even if it was too much for him to bear alone, couldn't he accept my support and we'd share the burden together? I'd come here to offer that option. To me, Enomoto is... Of all the people in the office, he seemed somehow like the one I could talk to, or I could talk most as an equal. The back that had carried me to the office and up the stairs had felt large and reliable. At this rate, nothing will change. Enomoto had been betrayed by someone he trusted, and they would never meet again. He was still wallowing in despair. The important question is, what do I want to do? I'm thinking he needs some time to process and then he'll come back. He just kind of needs to feel his feels for now. And if we chase after him, he's just going to respond negatively. I'm thinking that stay here for now might be the correct answer in this situation because he will not have heard us leave. So we're technically still there while he's processing his feels. And then from there, he can come out when he's ready. I'm thinking that's what we're gonna do. Because right now the feelings are too raw to chase after him. We've said what we need to say to him. He knows we're there. I'm thinking that's what we're gonna do. We've got about 25 minutes left. So... But before I do that... Let's do that just in case. If I knew Enomoto's past and did nothing, then it would leave a bad taste in my mouth forever. But I didn't want to do anything that would make his pain worse. I should stay here for now. I didn't know if he'd read it, but I thought I should at least send him a message. Good idea. Please trust me. I sent the message along with my heartfelt feelings. Oh man, lots of groceries to get today, Dreamer?
これも星野がああだこうだ言うからだ。あいつに関わってからろくなことがね。
Are you sure about that?
守りたい正義か。俺もあんな風に燃えてたっけ。
誰だ。
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. I checked my phone countless times after I went home, but Enomoto never replied. Maybe I shouldn't have let go of him and followed him. At this rate, we'll be walking on parallel paths forever. Oh no, did I just... Oh no, what did I do? What have I done? What have I done? Lord's chicken. Lord's chicken. Do I need to go back? Yeah, it gave me a choice to stay or to follow. And I chose to stay, thinking that he had gone to like his room or something. And I may have pulled a stupid. Oh no! No. Okay. We're loading? No, I can't. I don't want to know what happened to him. I don't want to know. we're gonna we're gonna I still have the save file. So if I need to save, if I need to save again, I'll save in a separate save file. Yeah, I'm definitely in a bad ending. I'm I stood up and ran out of the office. Okay. It hadn't been that long since Enomoto had left the office, but I couldn't see him anywhere. Yup. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I'm not gonna know. I quickly took out my phone and tried to call him. He's not answering. I'd made up my mind, but that wouldn't mean anything if he was gone. I have to find him. I focused on looking at the shops and places he was likely to kill time at, but he's nowhere to be found. At this rate... I felt guilty for interrupting him, but I called Yanagi, who was likely to know where Enomoto went. I'm sorry, but Enomoto left the office. Please tell me if you know where he might have gone off to. No, you're fine. I called Lord's Chicken. So. I asked for it.
そうだな。もしかしたらあの公園にいるかもしれない。
A park?
ああ。事務所から新宿署に向かう途中にある公園だ。榎本はたまにふらりと出かけてはあそこでぼんやりしているからな。
But he's not there. So, Lord's Chicken is my code with Soul. Tell me the answer, I don't know what to do. It's what we call Chick-fil-A. Thank you. I'll check there. I hung up the phone and started running. I didn't want to. He was... Whether it was knocked out or captured or both or killed, I couldn't do it. My sweet, sweet Enomoto. As I neared the park, I saw a familiar figure's shape from behind. Enomoto!
なんでお前がここに追いかけてきたのか?
Yes, there's something I must talk to you about.
悪いけど、俺には話すことねえから。
Enomoto curtly dismissed my line of conversation and turned away. That is true. I had called Lord's Chicken after. I did. And then I wasn't ready to face the consequences of my actions. I was not emotionally prepared for anything to happen to my sweet, sweet, emotionally hyped up Enomoto.
こんな夜に女一人じゃ危ないぜ。送ってやれねえけど、気をつけろよ。
Enomoto, come on, dude. Again and again, Enomoto refused to face his problems and turned away. He did this time too. Please wait! I ran after Enomoto and grabbed his arm so that he wouldn't just escape.
おい、話せよ。
No, if I do, you'll just turn your back on me again, won't you?
だったらなんだってんだよ。お前には関係ねえだろ。
Oh, I'm not pinning it on you. I'm not pinning it on you at all. I'm pinning that one totally on myself. But what I'm saying is, I called Lord's Chicken, so I put you in a situation. I put you in that situation to say the I'm so glad you saved. It's absolutely my business. I'm your partner, aren't I?
あんなんその場のノリで言っただけだ。お前がしつけえから乗ってやっただけ。
Never mind the details. I'm your partner now, so I can't just abandon you.
なんだそりゃ。同情だか偽善だか知らねえが、お優しい警察官様だな。
I know that I may not be able to completely empathize with your pain. But when you're feeling unsure or afraid, I can be by your side, backing you up. I will never, ever betray you.
バカじゃねえの。そんな言葉、信用できるか?
Enomoto tried to suddenly pull his arm free of my grasp, but I expected it and stubbornly held on. No one can be expected to live while everyone knows all their secrets. That's why people lie. Maybe their greed gets the better of them. But I don't want you to decide that you can't trust anyone at all ever again.
なんでだよ。どうしてお前そこまでするんだ?
Fair enough, Soul. Fair enough.
俺なんていなくても構わないだろ。他に協力的な奴はたくさんいる。
You are my partner, Enomoto. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. We've still got about 14 more minutes. 13?
俺はな、犯人と繋がってるかもしれねえお前をパートナーとは認めねえ。
You're lying. You're not avoiding me because you're suspicious of me.
なんだそれ。俺はお前がアドニスと繋がってんなら絶対許さねえって本気で思ってるぜ。
That part might be true, but you actually do want to believe that I'm innocent, don't you?
だからどんな根拠で言って。
It's not that you don't believe me. You're just afraid of being betrayed by someone you trust. Okay, sounds good. I will never betray you. Even if it takes time, I will prove to you that I have nothing to do with those criminals.
証明？どうやって？口先だけならいくらだって言えるだろ。
I know, but I don't want to give up. I don't want to run from this fight. For the form of justice that I uphold, I won't give up on you.
バカみてえに一直線で一度こうと決めたらテコでも動かねえ。昔佐竹さんにそう言われてた。それがお前の長所だって。なんか鏡見てるみたいだ。昔の俺ってお前みたいだったのかな。余計なこと考えないでただ前だけをまっすぐ見てさ。どんなことにも。
Ah, gotcha. Sounds like a plan. Enomoto.
でっけえ声で呼び止めて近所迷惑だっつの。
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it, given the circumstances.
必死になって息せき切って突進してきたと思ったら腕離さねえし。お前ってほんとバカ。
What?
けど追いかけてきてくれたのは
Aww.
ありがとな。
With that, Enomoto smoothly disengaged his arm from my hand. I quietly watched him walk away. As he left, he smiled sadly, as if recalling something from his past. Did any of my feelings make it through to Enomoto? If I could help him claw his way out of the depths of his despair, I would keep extending my hand to him, no matter how many times he brushed me off. I had renewed my determination. Oh boy. I think we're back to where the bad ending started. Yup.
ここはずっと下げてきたってのに、なんでこんなとこ来てんだ俺。これも星野がああだこうだ言うからだ。あいつに関わってからろくなことがね。
It was just a typo. It's fine, Dreamer. No worries.
守りたい正義か。俺もあんな風に燃えてたっけ。
誰だ。
There it is. Oh, it was the detective. Ah, it was. Yes. He's. Oh, that was perfect. Oh, that was perfect. It was Satake. It was Satake. Oh, man. Oh, I'm glad. Part of me is glad that it was at least somebody we knew. Hopefully, that means that he is not the victim of Adonis. I'm hoping, because I trust Satake at the moment. At the moment, his trust level with me is like way up here. I have no reason not to trust him. So, yeah. Okay. And we're gonna go ahead and save. There we go. Alrighty, we've got about 7 more minutes. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these next few minutes, because it sounds like this is a good stopping point right now. I'm gonna make a quick note of what just happened, so that way when we come back to this in February, I can kind of give a brief refresher. Here we go. Yeah, I think so too, because this is a good spot to pick up on. There we go. All right. Oh, the clickety-clack. Right? Me too. I am so glad for that. and I am getting like beyond hungry. Poor boy, for sure, for sure. We're gonna go over here to just chatting for a second. And then I need to close that. I'm gonna go ahead and snooze this for about 5 minutes. You guys, thank you so much for this last almost 4, I guess we're right at 4 hours now. And thank you so much for hanging out, for investing in the story. I love this. I love the conversations that we've had. I love the camaraderie that we've built here, and just love that you guys are all as invested in the story as Soul and I are. And it is so much fun exploring all of this with you. And I hope that you guys are enjoying this. We have one more Spooktober stream on Tuesday. And then next Saturday, we will be switching gears a little bit to some Guild Wars 2. We're going to dip into some MMOs. And then in December, once we have access again, we will be playing some Pantheon. And then in January, we'll be playing some card game store simulator. So that'll all be fun. I hope you're as excited for all of that as I am. And I hope that you guys have a fantastic weekend and that you guys will see me on Tuesday. So let's take a look real quick here. I'm going to mute this tab. We're going to see who all is online at the moment. Alrighty, not a whole lot of people, unfortunately. So we're just gonna go ahead. We're gonna end it here. Let me know if you guys have any other games that you think I might like playing. I'm so glad you've had a great Spooktober. I've had a great Spooktober as well. And you as well, Laura. And we're going to be playing some Hogwarts Legacy on Tuesday. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. And always remember that God loves you, and so do I. Go have some lunch if you haven't eaten yet, and stay safe, stay healthy, stay hydrated. Love you guys!